We are not yet a quorum.
Speaker?
Yes. Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, as I discussed with you earlier, I haven't been able to speak to Council Whip, but from the Democratic Alliance, I'd like to call a meeting of the Whips, please, before we start with Council. The difficulty now is that we've got PBI not here, Neil Lowe is not here.
PBI is here.
Is he here? Oh, there he is. So it's ANC, so it's just in
the Chief Whip.
The EFF.
Council Whip, yeah. EFF is online, he won't be in council today.
Oh, okay. So then if I can call for a Whips meeting, I don't know if we have to wait for Council Whip to arrive to have a Whips meeting, because he generally just to chair it.
can I open the meeting, Salom? And as soon as he's arrived, we will then proceed. Okay? I will grant it, but let us proceed with the proceedings until then, and just open everything. And
In case you change the order of the day, it's to do with the item 6.9.
okay, no, not a problem.
Thank you.
Not a problem. 6.5, 6.9 is the supplementary. Good morning, councillors.
And it was working this morning.
Acting MM, directors, all of those that are listening in online, we got a link going there. I see we're waiting for others to join. There's nobody joined, so the link is open. We're waiting for people to join. And it is live on YouTube, so welcome to those members of the public that are listening in. I would like to request Councillor Davis if you could open with a short word of prayer for us, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this day that you have given us. We thank you for answering our prayers, for sending rain to Knysna, and giving us that opportunity to really get things right in terms of water. So Father, I thank you for every family represented here, and I ask you that you will bless every family represented here, that you will give us insight, you will give us the capability to do what we need to do for our town. Lord, not all of us are good at everything, but help us to be skillful in what we are doing. We ask for your strength, we ask for your insight, and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we proceed, I'd like to first take the opportunity to wish Director Duma, it is her birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
So on behalf of Councillor.
21.
She's 21 today.
21 plus
Happy
one.
birthday on behalf of Council and Director. Your day won't be too long and drawn out that you can go out and enjoy your birthday this afternoon. So congratulations on your birthday. Thank you, councillors. Item 3, attendance of members. Councillors present. Those that are present are signing the agenda. I see the Councillor Whip has arrived. I'll get to all of that now. Councillor Lowe was meant to be online and Councillor Struble was meant to be online. They have received the link and they have requested the link. All other councillors are present. So there are no councillors absent with leave, and those that are not yet online are absent without leave. We move to item 4, which is noting the provisions of the Code of Conduct for Councillors and the Code for Ethical Leadership as adopted by Council. Can we note those provisions? Thank you, councillors. Is there any disclosure of interest? Item 5. Councillor Campbell.
I have an interest in, gosh, sorry, let me just get there. Yes. Company that is in a dispute with the municipality about rates. So I'm disclosing an interest there, and I will also ask not to participate in that item. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor Campbell. Can you note that in the minutes, please? Thank you. Before we start, Whip, we had a request from the DA, Whip, that there will be a brief Whip's meeting, which I'm going to grant. How long do you need, Councillor Sabah?
30 minutes, the mayor is indicating 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Is that all right?
30 minutes is fine.
Thank you. It is now 9:11, so make it 9:10, so we'll be back at 9:40, please.
If I can just ask somebody to bring their computer, because mine is not working, I can't access the agenda.
Yes, one of the Whips, please take a computer with you, if you do have a computer. Please be back promptly at 9:40. I'd like to proceed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Give them gas, Sharon. Give them gas, Sharon. You see the problem? The thing is,
Thank you, councillors. Can we proceed? Whip, or are we... just the whip. I want the whip to report.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On the item, Sabah will lead us.
Councillor Sabah will lead us on that item when we get there. Thank you. Yes, you can proceed.
So we discussed it in the WIPS meeting, and the request has been made that we receive the detailed list of what was submitted by the mayor in the meeting with regard to the recommendations that he read out, so that we can determine to what extent that what he read out then agrees with the recommendations that are here now. And then once we receive that, we will then individually, the political parties will caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the same, yeah. That's just, we'll talk about when we get to that item. Councillors, we're going to move to new matter, item 6, new matter submitted by, should be the acting municipal manager. You can just make amendments there. Item 6.1, as you know, which was on page 4, we received a letter, circular yesterday, stating that, requesting that we not deliberate on this item and this item be withdrawn, as there are further discussions due to take place. So I am withdrawing item 6.1 from the agenda at this stage. Thank you very much. Councillors, item 6.2, which is the authorization of 2024-25 audited unauthorized expenditure on page 38. The recommendations on page 40. Councillor Campbell.
Sorry, Speaker, this is not a lawful procedure. The matter will first have to go to impact before we can do that, so that then my proposal is that the matter be removed and that it be resubmitted once it's been investigated by impact.
Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of this item, I have a concern, but I don't have the item now in front of me because my computer's not working. But I just wanted to understand in terms of the process. We know that the annual report needs to be before council by the 31st of March. So we're concerned as to why this item is coming to council now and why it's asking for council to condone it. Surely this should be serving at the same time as the annual report with the 31st of March and not now. Is it not procedurally incorrect in terms of that? And it's not for us to condone this process. So we're concerned with regard to that too. So if we could just have explanation in that regard too, please. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, Councillor Tengwa.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to give clarity on that, the last point that Councillor Sabah made. The MFMA actually doesn't use the word condone. So we need to, even there, in our future recommendation, whatever we decide here, we must use the words that are in the Act, because you cannot condone. There is a different term, it says authorized. You authorize, there's different terms there, but we can have a look at that. Let me just see here quickly. Yeah, it says, let me just get it here, the exact wording. You can have a look at it in the Act, Speaker, but it does not, we cannot use that word because you do not condone unauthorized expenditure. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Tengwa.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings, Executive Mayor, Acting MM and the team. Speaker, I want to echo what the colleagues have just raised. Indeed, Speaker, I don't really think it's within the legislation that this particular item can just come before council without first going to MPEC and then MPEC resolve after the investigation. You know, after the investigation, MPEC can just submit a report before council so that a decision can be taken. However, if we are missing the point, maybe I would really love to the author of the item to assist us in terms of this item. Why the item is before us, before all the necessary processes have been followed. And colleagues will remember, this is also flag on the annual financial statements, which we have dealt with on the last council meeting, you know. So I think maybe if we can just get the clarity, then after receiving clarity, I'm sure we'll be able to, you know, to take an informed decision. You know, otherwise, Speaker, I just want to agree with the latter speakers that this item cannot, you know, then up unless maybe the CFO and his team can assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Acting Amendment to the CFO, if you can just elaborate, please.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks, councillors. I believe the item is straightforward, but it has been passed by other events. I must say that this item was submitted a long time ago. It's just now that it comes to council. But our intention was for it to go through impact. And it was also discussed in impact because I think impact's resolutions was to say that items that can be easily been investigated and dealt with should be presented through impact, and so that impact can make a recommendation to council for it to write off, condone, or what is the other word, authorize, or all those kind of things. So that is what the item is all about, but it's quite straightforward. As we have said, it's a non-cash item. It is not done by any official. It is an accounting treatment thing. As you know, there's actuarials and all those people that does those kind of calculations. And if they get to higher figures, it resulted into those unauthorized expenditures. So I just wanted to highlight to say that is what the item is. But I don't have any issue if we can still go back to MPET to be discussed there, because I think that was MPET's resolution also to take those items that are like that. Thanks.
Councillors, I'm going to just resolve on this. I think I'm not going to withdraw it from the agenda. I just would like to make a resolution that this first be investigated by MPAC, and then once investigation is complete, return to council for with resolutions. I think if that's the correct way we can follow the correct procedures, I would recommend that we move in that way forward. Councillor Davis.
I agree with that, and then the term on oath, the term condone must be removed.
No, we'll work on the recommendations from MPAC to ensure that the wording is correct. Councillors, can we move in that direction? Are we happy with that? Thank you. Next item is item 6.3 on page 41. Report on deviations for the appointment of professional services, infrastructure services for capital projects. The recommendations are on page 49. Sorry, 46, sorry, I do apologize. Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, the actual deviations must be submitted to councillors before we can make a decision on this. Obviously, that part would have to be in committee. So if this could please be referred to the next meeting, a special meeting of council, and if we could please be given copies of each deviation report. That we did ask that the last time as well.
Do I have a seconder for that?
Yes, Councillor. Yes, Speaker. You have a
Thank you, Councillor Lowe, seconding that. Councillor Tsengwa.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm number one. I'm reluctant to debate on this particular item, because I strongly believe issues of deviations are administrative. Administration. What is happening?
Yes, I have. Just reprimand the mayor and councillor. I have.
Speaker number one, you know, Speaker, you remember from where I'm sitting, I mean, I'm having a very bad experience. And I'll always make reference up until we finish this term. Speaker number one, as I've indicated, first point, I do not think that we are appropriate structure or body to deal with issues of deviation. Deviation is it must be dealt on the level of administration. The team there must deal with this particular issue and bring us a report. That's one. The second thing, Speaker, the second thing, and somebody must explain to me, and why this particular item is before us, is that issue which we dealt with 3-4 weeks ago, that deviation of 40 million. Is it that particular report which is before us? Okay. I mean, as a matter of interest, Speaker. You know, I'm asking it as a matter of interest. You know, because from where I'm sitting, I do not think that we're supposed to be dealing with this item. And I'll remind the councillors. I will remind council. Some time ago, there was an issue of a lease, with office space. They matter, all of us, we know about that particular issue. That particular issue was vindicated in the council. And as time goes, somebody has proven us wrong to say, you were not supposed, to have taken part in that particular issue of the lease, because that issue is administrative, Speaker. You know, if we are going to deal with this issue, are we not going to be interfering? Somebody must explain, maybe through you, Speaker, to the acting MM, somebody must explain to me that are we not going to be interfering, because I strongly believe this particular issue is not supposed to be coming before us. We are not supposed to be dealing with this particular issue. Administration, led by municipal manager and his team, is supposed to be dealing with this issue. The last thing, Speaker, which I'm raising this one as a matter of interest, because it's here before us. I see Resolve, I see other companies here. Where are these companies coming from? Because I recall quite well, like in the last meeting. When we were trying to understand, nobody knew about this thing. You know, like for instance, the CFO and even the suspended municipal manager says it doesn't know where are these people coming from. You know, so as a matter of interest, I also want to know, how did we get to these people? And the other thing which I've taken note of, I've never ever seen, CFO, you must help me. I'm not a fundi. I've seen here, one company here, been given a deviation for 3 years. What do you call that? It's in this report. You deviate with one company for 3 years. Is that legal in terms of the legislation? So if it's legal, the administration is going to explain to us, you know. And the last but not least, looking at all these companies, and I'm having an interest, you know, somebody must explain, how did we get to these companies? Because last time the province was here, province have disowned. They said they are not part and parcel of this deviation. So they are not part, because all of us were under the impression that during the process of JOG, all these companies were identified in that process, and through the province, and the province was here, if I recall quite well, in the last meeting, and the way the HOD indicated very clear to say, we don't know about that particular thing, you know, and I'm looking at these companies, you know, so then somebody must explain, where is other companies? Where is other people? So I think let me pause the speaker. If we can be, somebody can just take us through in terms of that one. And I also want to say,
Time, Councillor,
thank you,
please.
Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Muniba Clay. I'm ending.
Councillor Tiakolo, Councillor Lowe, and then Councillor Sabach.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Speaker, I'm glad some of the colleagues now know that fingers can be burned when you get into something that you're not supposed to. Speaker, I just want to understand, firstly, the purpose of this item, because I quickly went to the recommendations and I realized that it's actually for council to note. But I also know that the normal process for deviations, they come to the finance committee. We scrutinize and ask a lot of questions, which is our job there. And at that time, the deviation would have happened. It's not as if it comes to us, the deviation still has to happen. So we are involved in deviations. Don't be scared, councillors. You must just play oversight over deviations. But my concern with this item, Speaker, is there is a paragraph on page 41. There's a sentence that reads as follows: all interventions were deemed necessary and critical to address the crisis at hand, as well as the grant spending. If these deviations do not meet the approval of council, they can be cancelled. It must be noted through that this will have a dire impact on service delivery and grant spending. I do note that this is not in the actual recommendations, but it is in the body of the report that we've got in front of us. And we've seen it in some instances whereby council is being actually told that you made this, you approved this, even though it was not in the, but just for it to be in the report, council it takes part, is approving. So my concern is there, Speaker. That's why I would like to know and understand as to where are we with the process of these deviations. Do they still need to take place? Because I've also gone through this report. There are some, I think the council has mentioned it, there are some deviations that goes on for 3 years. So I need to understand that before we can scrutinize it. But I am waiting, Speaker, that the deviations come through the normal process and we can see as to what's the reasons, like in the normal report. I think even Councillor Campbell was asking for that. But I am concerned about this. If the deviations have not happened and we are being asked to approve here today, I've got an issue with that. Thanks.
I will allow councillors, Councillor Lowe Sabach, the acting MM, and then the mayor. Councillor Lowe.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Mine is because I also was thinking that we are going to take this item off. But I can say to you, Speaker, when we are in emergency, we can't have emergency for 3 years. That deviation for 3 years is totally against the Municipal Finance Management Act. We can't have deviation for 3 years because we are not going to have emergency for 3 years. So that one is totally out of order. Secondly, I just want to inform Councillor Aubrey, because I know that he have landed, and I'm also on the flight now, but I'm going there. In general, any material changes to the budget, including deviations, should be reported to the council and may require council approval, especially if they impact the municipal financial commitments or obligations. So what it says that we have a role to play. So if it impacts the financial applications of the municipality and we didn't budget for that, that deviations must come to council. We have, as council, we have the right to deal with it because it has to come with it because we didn't budget for that. We didn't budget for this. So there's financial implications, so the deviations must come to us. So I want to make a sure to you, Councillor Aubrey, you don't have to worry, but we can never have deviations for 3 years when we deal with emergency. How do you sign a deviation? Secondly, my next question, I want the CFO to answer, did the CFO also put his comments on the deviation forms? And what was his comments on the deviation forms? Did the supply chain also sign off on the deviation forms? And what was the comments of the supply chain process? And what did they say on that? So when we ask for that to come to us, it means the deviation forms must be in front of us so we can see who have signed the deviations off. Thanks, Chairperson. And I want answers on that.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Sabach.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of this particular item, what concerns me is that it makes reference to drought relief intervention. Now, we all know that when this item came to council in terms of declaring a drought, it was very clear that what we'd said was this is not a drought. It was because of the fact that the system hadn't been managed properly. And therefore, we went and we declared it a water-stressed area and then declared it a local disaster in terms of getting assistance. What I'm concerned about is that in this entire process, we all talk about how we're going to augment the water situation in terms of finding alternative water sources, but yet we've had no report back with regard to what we've done to address the progress that has been made in terms of addressing the water leaks and the non-revenue water. We have appointed Resolve Consulting
together with Engineering Advice Services Pty Limited, and that was to implement a turnkey water conservation and water demand management program funded through the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. But yet we've remained silent on progress with regard to the actual situation in terms of how we've addressed the water leaks. So I have a concern with regard to the deviations and the appointment of Resolve further. And Councillor Sengwa is correct. In the meeting when we had this and it was discussed in terms of a deviation, there was reference to the fact that Jock had gone, but this appointment of Resolve took place in way before the implementation of the joint operations centre. So I'm trying to understand the deviation and also understand why we're going this route in terms of how we address the actual situation with regard to non-revenue water. What is the progress there? We talk about the non-revenue water in 24 and 25 being 47.8%, but yet in December it was reported that our water leaks have increased to 56%. But subsequent to that, with Resolve being on board, there's been no decrease in non-revenue water, it's actually increased. So when are we going to receive a report with regard to progress in that regard? And has Resolve really delivered in terms of service level agreements, in terms of the deviations that they've been appointed on, and in terms of the contract they've appointed on? Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Municipal Manager, and then the Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker and Councillors. With your permission, I would like the Director, Technical Services, to respond to some of the questions, of which one is, obviously, we have gone through this process, and let me just remind councillors, the item served at the council meeting as part of the report that came originally from the Finance Department. Councillors then had questions in terms of the deviation, and they wanted to know more. What this item seeks to do is to explain what was the motivation behind them having to do the deviation. And that, I think, is clearly spelled out in terms, because I think the impression was, or at the time, councillors didn't know what was all included in the deviation. And therefore, we said, let's bring an item. And this has been the request. So for now, that the item seeks to explain all the items, giving a clear indication of what are they going to do and what was the intention. I should also indicate to councillors, as a result of the discussion, in effect, we have it has been stopped to the point where we just wanted to first resolve this issue between administration and councillors. So I think it's important that we give the Director an opportunity to explain the impact of this on our service delivery. I take the point that the Councillor Sabah is making, because that would also be answered via the response from the Director. Just on the principle, the first principle, the deviation comes to Council from the CFO for noting. I think that is what we all must accept, and Councillor Chengwa is correct. It is not for Council to, express itself whether they support or not support. They need to take note, apply their oversight, ask the questions. In this case, they ask clarification on what did you actually do. And this is what this report is. But be very clear, councillors, it is not, the item is not asking you to condone, because that is, as the council indicated correctly so, is something that must be done at a council meeting. And the item did appear in front of the council meeting, but there were questions that was asked. So if I can ask the Director Technical just to give a very summary explanation, then we can move on.
Thank you, Director.
Morning, Speaker. Morning, councillors. Speaker, I'm just going to respond to the questions. I think the item is there, the content is there, and then obviously the resolution will guide us as to the process forward. On the question of Councillor Chengwa, there were comments made. 3-year deviation. So some of the projects you will see, it's for 3 years. And I'm going to take one example, the contract for the streets projects, all the roads. You would know that council make budgets or approve budgets on an MTREF period, which is a 3-year period. So some of these projects, say for instance, the roads one in particular, you would have noticed in our approved budget, not the adjustments budget that will serve later, there's 5 million rand budgeted for this financial year, 20 million for next financial year, and another 500,000 rand in the third year. Now that represents one project. It's one line item. It's budgeted over 3 years. And the reason why some of these proposed appointments then is for 3 years, it's because the project is budgeted over 3 years. Same with the replacement of pipes, the replacement of water, sewer pipes, the work that needs to be done on the sewer side as well. The principle is that we have an approved 3-year budget, hence that line item represents a 3-year period. Because all these appointments except the master plan projects that was recommended to the service provider as per the report is for 1 year, only because that money is in 1 year budgeted only. And that's the reason for the 3 years. Councillor Chokolo, the purpose of the item, I think MM explained it, it's for noting. And Councillor Chokolo also just made comments on the process that ought to be followed in terms of the Section 80 Finance Committee, etc. Councillor Lowe, I think there's documentation, it's available, and then should probably then go through the normal Section 80 process. Councillor Sabah, maybe just, there were now service providers mentioned. The Visig project is a project that was approved in the current financial year with a set scope of works. That project has not yet been finalized, and in the Section 80 Infrastructure Committee, the Project Management Office would report on progress on the various projects. So the Visig project, the Water Conservation and Demand Management Project, that scope was fixed already in the previous financial year when the budget, before the budget was approved, and hence their appointment was based on the work that they've done in 2021, 2022, when they implemented phase 1 of the Water Conservation and Demand Management Project. So that was a continuation of a project that started some 5 years ago already. So during the water stress declaration on 2 December 2025, they were the service providers that were already having boots on the ground. They attended the 4 December engagement with the MEC and the HOD and were all here. They were requested to come up with a plan. How do we get through this water crisis? They submitted a business plan. We've submitted even application to the province to fund those projects. In fact, we asked for the complete value of around 21 million rand. However, we never got a response. And none of their projects that they've put into their business plan was then eventually budgeted for. A lot of those projects that they initially identified, it found its way to the appointed service providers by the province, like the upgrading of the bowls, etc., etc. But there were some key projects that didn't find funding in any of our external funding applications that we did, and with the external departments, province, DWS, that funded the other interventions that they identified. For instance, our SCADA system was identified as a critical component. None of the external entities had an appetite to fund those. The 5 million that we discussed the other day on the budget workshop, those monies were then put to the finance to bring into the adjustments budget because we didn't have funding for it. That funding is subject to approval of this adjustments budget that is still to come. However, at that stage, when we did the confirmation of funding application, it was said that if the adjustment budget approval go through, then those projects go ahead. However, the deviation process had to follow its route because we were in a crisis. The balance of that 21 million rand, it found its way into the capex portion of the budget, but we had to use that money now to fund the drilling that is currently taking place and then the civil works that need to be connected. We fund some of those projects there now that was initially identified as water conservation and demand management. However, we don't have MIG approval yet, and we have the business plans for the water resilience grant that has been signed by us, but that monies had not yet been transferred by province to us. The due date is sometime next week, although there was been commitment previously that that 2.5 million on water resilience would have been given to us already. So we had to make provision in our own budget, and we had to reprioritize. Like Councillor Bester mentioned the other day, and on the roads project, you would have noticed our initial budget of own-funded projects, we had to reduce that and let it lay over to the next financial year so that we can fund this emergency project that's currently underway. So if MIG approved then the 10-odd million rand in value of the drilling and the civil engineering works required to connect those balls to our system, then that money is reverted back to the municipality and we can fund our regional projects. However, due to time delays already, we're in February. We only have 4 months to spend our capital budget. Some of those projects had to be reduced. The reason why we drafted this request to deviate to appoint professional service providers is because we have none. The item says about 31% or just over north of 40 million rand of projects. We don't have consulting engineers. This municipality tried for the past 3 years without success to appoint consulting engineers. It's in the report. When I started here last year, there was a tender out for the procurement of professional engineers. By October last year, that thing was cancelled. We were sitting with our hands tied. Simultaneously, there was another tender to procure professional consulting engineers done by the Integrated Human Settlements. On 17 December, that thing was cancelled. At 6 months, 1 semester into a financial year, and infrastructure was sitting with their hands tied. We couldn't do anything. And hence, that's where this deviation emanates from. Mayor will, and some of the councillors will remember on 23 December, when we visited the wastewater treatment works. We were sitting with 3.5 million rand that this council budgeted for. That thing was dilapidated since 2-3 years ago when the initial diagnostic report was done. So that 3.5 million rand was sitting there, but we didn't have consulting engineers to proceed with the next phase, which is the procurement process, the design, compilation of the procurement documentation, and eventually then to point in a contractor. We were all standing there at the wastewater treatment works, and everybody said, but these were the original designers and the recommended service providers in the report. And we all agreed that this is the service provider that ought to execute this work because of their inherent knowledge and expertise on those projects. And it was based on that the service providers that we arrived at were then recommended to be appointed. You will note the ones on the water, they were the experts that were with this municipality since 2010. They know the system inside out. On the sewer side, those were the consulting engineers that designed these various sewer facilities that we have. They are the experts with the in-house knowledge to know exactly how to accelerate implementation of the projects. And I can go on, GLS, they are the experts when it comes to master planning. So that's the background to most of the questions that were asked and how we arrived at the service providers. Thank you,
Councillors, I'm going to go around first. Before the mayor, I'm going to allow Councillor Kumagwana.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker,
Good
just take
morning,
my hand.
MM, and the directors, councillors, executive mayor, and all the people in the house. My question, I go through the report, and I read the report, and a little bit understand the report. But my concern on the report, I need the clarity. Bongani Sport Field is not listed, but it's still under construction. My question, if you don't have professional services dealing with the work of the infrastructure, where is the Bongani Sport Field? Who's supervising the Bongani Sport Field? Because I go through the report and read and understand the report. My question is there. Who is there? Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the report is clear from the director. And I think I want to agree with Councillor Ketsengwa that this item should have not been here. I agree also with Councillor Chokolo. It's clear that it shows that there is a division among senior managers. That's why the item came here. Because all the reports, your irregular expenditure, your deviations, your supply chains reports, they go to the Section 8 after the deviation has already been done. But here, the item was brought to council, the deviations were not signed, it was brought to council, and all of these projects have stalled. I didn't know, I thought it was proceeding. When we engaged in our meeting with MEC Bradel, the report was that we can't work because council stopped the deviations. They wanted a report. So the deviations are not yet approved by council. That was part of what was reported. Then I said, but deviations cannot be approved by councils because deviations come only for noting. Because they should have went directly to Section 8, not to come here, because some of these projects have stopped. They are not proceeding with it, because the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we have stopped the deviation and stuff. But I think the director has given reports. There are many deviations, but the report did not come. The report only came because of this one, and it was perceived as if it's chalk. We have done the deviation at the time. So that's why the deviation came. And everyone was alarmed, because really we were alarmed because there were no explanation. And the deviation was incorrect, because that report was saying that it's a deviation from 5 of January up until the 24, which made no sense at the time. You can never, from 5 up until that day, you have spent already almost 40 million. That's why councillors were alarmed. It's not that councillors were saying that stop the deviation. They wanted to know how is the deviation done, on what amounts the deviations were done. But here we can't take any decision. For us is to note, we can't approve, we can't disagree with it. We can't say that we must go to MPEC. For what? The deviation must take place. If it's take place, after it, a normal deviation report will have to come to the Section 8 with all deviations. Then after it, then it goes to the MECO and council. Then it's after everything has been done. After you have found that there is irregular or what, then we can go to MPEC. Because now it's going to create that no one will take a decision going forward and say that, hey, everyone, everything. I can tell you no tender will be awarded now, most of the time, because there are no professional services. Most of it will be done through deviations. It is going to impact the service delivery. So let's allow officials to go and do their job. The report will come after expenditure and everything has been done. It's not for us to go and stop deviations. Deviations they must do. We'll do our oversight when the report is coming, the proper report, because the supply chain report quarter to the Section 80, who's appointed, who's not appointed, what other deviation. The issue of the Bongani is also on the deviation, Councillor Komelwane. There's a company which I was briefed in that meeting that is appointed. There's a new professional service that is appointed on the deviation one. But I think the director has highlighted, but the councillors were not stopping it. Officials must stop interpreting councillors wrongly, that we stopped the deviations. No one stopped the deviations. The way the report was drafted, everyone could have been alarmed, because it was saying from 5 of January up until the 24, 40 million of deviations on water, and everyone was alarmed. How do you do that? But this one at least is detailed, it's explaining. So this is what the report's supposed to go to the Section 8. But you must proceed with your work. Don't say council stop. No one stopped the deviations. Thank you.
Councillors,
Speaker,
yes, councillors, please just bear with me. We're going to go around in circles here, back and forth.
the item must be withdrawn.
No, the item is not going to be withdrawn. The item must be noted, and all the authorizations pertaining to the deviations must be sent to the Section 80s for scrutinizing. That is the correct process that must be done. We're not going to debate each and every item that is here now, because that is not the purpose of this report. The purpose of the report was to highlight what the 40 million was for.
Okay,
And that is what the report is here for. So the report is going to be, I'm not going to take hands now, councillors. We are going to go around in
Speaker.
circles.
Now we are going to move with you. You must just bear with us. We are going to move with you. I don't know why you're stressing.
Okay, so we're going to sit here all day going around in circles.
No.
I will take hands again. Councillor Lowe, you go first.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, mine is very straightforward, man. I don't want the director infrastructure mustn't come here and sugarcoat us. We as council, we didn't stop any process. We didn't stop these cancellation of tenders. The cancellation of tenders, you sitting on the BIC, the other directors are sitting there, the MM is the one that after you decided, go to him. So don't come and tell us a story here about like, it was cancellation, these things over. It is your structure that they've cancelled it, not us as councillors.
Councillor Chengwa?
Speaker, I raise my hand on the...
Yes, I will get... Okay, sorry, Councillor, I'm going to allow new speakers first because we're going to go to everybody now. Councillor Charlie and then the Deputy Mayor.
Who's speaking now?
You, Councillor Charlie, please stand.
Now I can stand. I'm very smart and beautiful. I have to stand. I'm like a peacock today. Speaker, it is...
Councillors, please, order.
Speaker, I agree this item is just for noted. It's just for noted. It's just a pity. No one will put on a record whatever I am saying in this council to advise. You know, if we can look and stop this tendency of saying that going about the color, the white people cannot get this, this kind of people cannot get that, they cannot get that. We've got people who have retired, who used to work in this municipality, in the infrastructure department. And they did their job. They retired. They didn't retire just because they are sick. They retired because of their age, but they are willing to do their job. So mine is saying now, we're sitting here saying that we didn't find that one, we didn't find that. But we do have our people. I think just because it's white people, we are not going to remember them, to say, come and assist us in this municipality. Because I think that
Councillor Charlie, can you please keep relevant?
I know, I've said it's not relevant. My 5 minutes or 2 minutes is not finished.
No,
This is what
Councillor,
we are
I'm
saying.
going to stop you if you're not relevant.
On what? What I'm saying, Speaker, we are going to note for this, but it's just an input, what I am saying, because now I have listened to the director when he was talking here. What I'm saying is to advise him, because we couldn't reach that one. We do have our own people. When we are saying local, we are talking about the people who are residing in Naisna. And this is the things that you guys, you don't want to listen to. When I'm saying let the jobs come out from the municipality straight to our people, you guys, you don't want to listen to it. You don't want to put it on the agenda. You want to put the things that suits you. That does not suit our people up there. That's what I want to raise here in this council. We are not here for the people from outside. We are here for the local people. Let it sink in the head. You don't put things on the agenda that's going to benefit our people. That is haunting and biting our people. Our people are jobless there. There are old people. There are old
Councillor,
that you use
Councillor, you are now not relevant.
That's what you are going to say.
Councillor.
But I'm warning you as
Councillor, you are no longer relevant on the topic. Please refrain.
I am warning you.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Yeah. As the Mayor was saying, and as I was reading this report as well, I think that we need to maybe look at, just to get, and I know, I heard what the director was saying, that they are, because of, or was it the MM, acting MM, it's like a tender process that went out, and the tender is running for 3 years. I think the main issue here is, and if I did hear correctly, is the unlawfulness of a deviation that has been done or been implemented for 3 years. We need to look at if we can maybe change that. We have gone, it went haywire here the day that item came here inside. I know, I was also one that was asking different issues. But now, as councillors, we need to, and we will obviously hear now in the adjustment budget, if there is an amount budgeted for this, if it is form part of maybe the adjustment, or
how are we going to go about the completion of these projects? Because in my understanding, this deviation is money that you need to complete outplace pipe replacements, upgrade the Howard Street pipeline, the Knysna water, waste and water treatment plant, Karawata pipeline, you say there, gravel roads that you want to, you guys want to fix. So maybe just on the 3-year director, that you want a deviation for that period. If we can maybe just get clarity on that one, then I would suggest and recommend that council note this report, Speaker. If you are with me, Speaker, on this one, then we can go ahead. Thank you.
Councillor Tengwa. Please keep it short.
No, Speaker.
Sorry. I didn't see Councillor Tengwa.
Okay.
My apologies. I did not see Councillor Vanston's hand, so I want to take everybody that hasn't spoken yet. My apologies, Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. No problem. Good morning, everybody. Morning, directors. I hear what the director is saying, and thank you for the explanation and the feedback around that. I think from my side, as a member of the Section 80 Committee and an infrastructure committee member, the challenges and the concerns I have is that half of the information that the director explained to us today has not come before us as a Section 80 committee. So the challenges that we had, we were not aware of. Also, when projects are on our agenda, the progress updates are often not given. So this is a big challenge that we have, because obviously the processes are not being followed, or half of the information is not being given to the committee in order to assist with the challenges that the department and the administration is facing. So my plea today would be, through you, Speaker, to the director and to that department, that accurate, updated information that is relevant and the challenges that that department is facing be prioritized and be brought to us as a Section 80 committee so that we can assist and deal with it and don't have to have problems that are outstanding for 3 years. I thank you.
Councillor Tengwa, your turn now. Sorry.
Speaker, I'm going to be very short. You know, colleagues, it's important. It's important when an item is brought before us that we engage and we ask relevant questions to the item. You know, Speaker, I've got an interest, Speaker. You know, I'm sure the director must. I having listened to him in terms of tenders, council, this and that. My question to the director, why the tender? Why this particular tender was cancelled, and when are they intending to go out and advertise? For new tenders. You know, and the second thing, what is going to be important here, I don't want the director here to point fingers on other people. This is his department, this is directorate. He must take a responsibility and not to point fingers there and on other people. It's going to be important. The second thing, Speaker, which I want to double check, I'm not going to get, as I've said, maybe as I'm also a member in the infrastructure. I see on page 42, you know, we said we're going to note, but when the report is before us, we must interrogate it. It's our responsibility. The third thing, Speaker, is I've just asked here, you know, looking at these other companies and my interest, the CFO must assist us here. Through you, Speaker, to the CFO. This deviating for 3 years, what is this company? Resolve. Is that legal? This thing is before us now. I'm not going to pretend as if I did not see it. And somebody must respond here so that we know exactly what we are doing is within the parameters of the law. So I'm interested to know. So that if it's not, when the management sits, can go and rectify this particular issue. You know, the last thing is I've just posed my question. You know, I see all these companies. My question, where is other companies? Why only these ones were selected? As a matter of interest. Because, yeah, I've got the responsibility to represent, all, people, in our beautiful town, you know. Speaker, I'm not going to be long, and Speaker, please, I think I must also greet my former colleague, the former mayor, Dr. Van As. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Campbell?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, what happened here simply is that the Regulation 36.2 of the Supply Chain Management Regulations, which is in our policy, says that a deviation has to be reported by the accounting officer to council at the next meeting of council. Meeting, special meeting, anything. We did not do that in this municipality. The Auditor General picked it up. So this is to comply with it. However, the Section 80 deals in detail with the supply chain management report. So if I may propose, we have wasted so much time in today's meeting and the last one on this. May I propose an operating procedure for deviations? Obviously, they have to be reported to council the next meeting, but that we then ask that the administration in the supply chain management report that goes to the Section 80 includes copies of the deviations so that we can see how the reasoning was obtained, were other quotes obtained in the in-committee agenda. And then we don't have to spend all this time in council not knowing what's going on and people saying we're interfering. And by the way, councillors do not decide on deviations. We can't stop them. But we have to exercise oversight in terms of Regulation 6.1 of the Supply Chain Management Regulations. And to exercise oversight, we need more information. But that information, I propose, must be brought to us in Section 80 meetings. And the administration cannot hold back on deviations. They're only supposed to report them to us once they've been done. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Davis?
Speaker, thank you. I think colleagues have covered us quite well. I think I just want to point in our oversight role, we have another case of deviation and supply chain management failures. And we wanted to know, remember last at the in the last report that we got, we wanted to know why is it that the municipality cannot even spend half of its capital and grant funding halfway through the financial year. And finally today we get the true answer. And the sad part is that this is not an emergency. This is human or man-made issues. Now what concerns me, Speaker, is that MISA was here months ago last year, and MISA actually done training with staff on the supply chain management processes. But it seems as if that training went to deaf ears. If you read this report, it says, we will immediately embark on a process to develop project specifications. So from this item, we can see that a basic phase 1 bid committee process or planning process, technical issue could not have been done if we're saying now, after 3 years, we have to now finally, we have to get proper project specifications, because that is why the process has failed. Colleagues, I want to say, Speaker, we cannot afford this failure anymore. Knysna needs to come out of the crisis that we are in, and we need to all pick up our socks and contribute to really making it worse. Making it better. The fundamental issue at this municipality is the inability within the supply chain management department. And so I want to appeal to the acting MM, to the team, to the CFO, to start to get it right. Because all this stuff that we will decide on today, or that we're agreeing to or we're noting, it's not going to happen by the next financial year, by the next budget. These projects are not going to materialize, mark my words. So for us to just sit here and accept it and say, no, it's fine, we don't have to talk about anything, it's not, Speaker, it's not on. We need to accept it. There needs to be consequences, and we need to hold people liable. I agree with what Councillor Campbell said. There must be a standard operating procedure to deal with deviations internally. Then we won't have this nonsense of items like this coming to us straight to council and not going through committee systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just allow the CFO?
Thanks, Speaker. My point is just in terms of Regulation 36, we have to report deviations to the next council. So that is what we want to comply with, and that is what we are complying with. And that's what we have done. We have reported the deviations to council for noting. Council have asked all other questions and even more reports that is currently here. It's not based on us. Even for this meeting, there should also be another deviation register reported to council. So that is what the regulations require from us to do. So whether we don't want it or what, but we have to report it here. So it means every deviation that's going to be done in the municipality is going to be reported to the next council. There's not going to be lots of details. We're going to give you the reasons because there's 3 criteria that must be met for a deviation. The first one is emergency. The second one is a sole provider. And the third one is impracticality. Those are the reasons for deviations. And deviations doesn't have time frames of how long can you appoint a company or not. It is project specific or is itemized specific. Director have made provisions of how we budget. We might talk about 1 year budget, but we budget 3 years. Our budget is 3 years. You might not take the following 2 years into consideration, but it's part of the budget. So I just wanted to highlight, because projects are also being made up like that within 3 years within our budget cycle, some of the projects. So Director has given indication, if he appoints for one project a company, you cannot now cut it half year and then appoint next year another company. The company must finish their project. So I just wanted to raise, talking to the 3 years, rule, Councillor Chenga. So it is allowed. There's nothing unlawful about that. But our requirement my requirement from a CFO point of view is to report that at every next council meeting. So I'll be doing that every next council. I've even instructed my team last week. I was saying the speaker is going to be very angry for me because that report should have already been with the speaker. It's a standing item. I had a discussion with the speaker to say that must be a standing item on the council agenda. So I just wanted to raise that. And the issue around the practical supporting documentations of the deviations, the MM will talk to that, but my view is that we are reporting every month to the Section 80. Our reports of supply chain is every month being interrogated, which includes deviations there. So I'm just raising it because even in the next Section 80, our report is already there for supply chain, which includes those deviations and many other more deviations and RFQs, tenders, and all those kind of documentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, Mayor?
No, thank you, Speaker. Just want to say that, yeah, in that CFO, not to council meeting, we rather, I think our delegations register, we have changed it, at least we have allowed it to Section 8, same as the Section 71, 72. It says by law it must go to the next council meeting, but here we are saying that let's rather bring it to the relevant Section 80 so that we can debate, then we can bring it to council. Because now my problem is that each and every special council we are bringing deviations, and we can't discuss most of the time because discussions are basically more in the Section 8. But if you are saying that you want to bring it direct to special council meetings, then it's fine.
It's the regulations, unfortunately. Councillor Tiokolo, and then I want to wrap on this, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Just on the last item, Speaker, I think it's a good thing that it comes here, but we've got the report that's still going to serve on finance, and we'll have the details there. So as long as we're following the regulations. Speaker, just on the CFO has covered me in most of the things that I wanted to ask, but I still have a challenge in trying to understand the multi-year deviation as to how, for an example, as you're saying, it doesn't specify to say you can only deviate for a year. But now how do we allocate? You must remember we've got deviations that has to be reported for the year. Now, for an example, this whole amount, the 40 million, is it going to be spread across the 3-year period, or are we going to have a certain amount for this? That's what I want to understand, because I thought for an example, when we close the books in this financial year, we have to know as to the amount of the deviations this year, this is what we've done. But now if you sign deviations for 2-3 years, then it goes to the other years. So I just want to understand as to how you allocate then the amounts there. Thanks.
Councillor Sabah.
Just a follow-up. I'm not sure that I followed you, Director, so just in terms of clarity, the one thing that also in terms of the questions I did get a response to is Resolve were appointed in terms of their contract. I get what you're saying in terms of the WESA grant and everything, and it was there for water demand management, etc. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it now. My computer's jumped again. It was appointed for turnkey water conservation and water demand management program. But yet we've had no report back in terms of how our non-revenue water has improved. When they were appointed, our non-revenue water was sitting at 47%. It's increased to 56% while they've been appointed. So how does it increase when they're supposed to be managing it? I just want to understand that. Because we've now given them a deviation, but yet in my mind, and maybe I've got a misunderstanding, that's why I'm asking the question, is in my mind, they haven't done what they were supposed to have done in terms of the first contract they were awarded. So now how do we get to an increased water losses? And we've had no report back in terms of improvements subsequent to that. So there, and then you made mention with regard to, and I'm sure you were talking about a period before you were appointed, where you said that the consulting engineers were not consulted in terms of the wastewater treatment works, and I'm assuming you're referring to I'm assuming you're referring to the Charlesford pump station in terms of not using the consulting engineers. We know that external stakeholders were used in both of them. Now we've got, I think you've indicated that the consulting engineers are on board now, but yet we still have problems, or we had problems at the wastewater treatment works in December, it was reported, and at the Charlesford pump station. So I'm just trying to understand what it is that you said when you referred to the original consulting engineers, I think is what you indicated, and you've indicated that we met with them and they attended the meeting on the 4th, and then they've come on board now subsequent to that. I just didn't quite follow you there because there was a lot of interruption. So just have I understood you correctly in terms of the original consulting engineers that are now brought on board? Are you referring to the Charlesford pump station and to the wastewater treatment works?
Director?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think most of the councillors, in fact, Councillor Sabah, were general remarks and did not really requested clarity. I think CFO came in there to clarify some of the aspects in relation to SEM. I think the only one is really from Councillor Sabah, which I will respond to. If I missed any of the other councillors, my apologies in advance. So, on the service provider that you mentioned now that was appointed originally on the VISEG, there was an original scope that they are busy implementing. That project was not meant to address the water crisis that emerges after December. However, they were busy at the time with the water conservation and demand management project, and hence they formed part of the 4 December meeting. And it was requested there that they bring additional items to the job to be considered for implementation to address our crisis. Now, on that business plan that they've submitted, or the technical report where they identified certain initiatives that was outside of their original scope, that was something completely different. So we must just separate the two. That's on the one service provider on the VISEG. So those projects, we've requested now in the adjustments budget for additional funding and a direct appointment because of their inherent knowledge and the involvement with water conservation demand management projects at the time. And the one item that is now on the adjustments budget is for this financial year only for that service provider. On the other issue that you requested now clarity, on previous consulting engineers, you mentioned Charlesford, you mentioned the wastewater treatment works. On the Charlesford and everything that is happening now, those projects are not funded by the municipality. That was part of the DLG initiative. And the consultants working on those projects, they are being paid and they were appointed by DLG directly. That's the drilling contracts, that's the civil engineering works contracts, which we are funding the construction portion of it, not the professional services providers portion of it. DLG is funding that. These projects that's in this report It's Knysna municipality projects. For instance, the wastewater treatment works. The consultant that is recommended and that was through the deviation is the original design consultant that worked on the Knysna wastewater treatment works for many, many years. And hence, they were requested to continue their work because of their inherent knowledge. You were there on the 23rd of December. You know who the consultant is, and they are being recommended here. And that project, because there's other sewer-related projects that's budgeted over the next 3 years, remember, there's two sides to this deviation that was requested. One portion is the appointment of the professional service providers or the consulting engineers. The second part of it, there will be a secondary process. Once they've done their designs, once they've compiled the tender documents, that must go out to construction. And then there will be a contractor procured through either normal process or whatever the SEM process will be at the time to procure contracting services. But it has to be that professional service provider that then oversee the implementation of that project. The construction, the monitoring, and the closeout. So not all the said 40+ million will go to the service providers. There's a significant portion that will go to a contractor that will eventually be appointed to implement the works. And that's how civil engineering projects work. Mechanical engineering, electrical engineering projects. You have your professional service provider, but then you have your contractor. The contractor work has not started yet. It cannot start without the professional consulting engineers first having the designs, the tender documentation, etc. I hope that clarifies, and hence also the 3-year period of their involvement in the project.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I'm not going to have. Sorry, just CFO. With regards to Councillor Tikolo's question about, is it a once-off deviation or is it a multi-year? Does it have to be reported every time, or how's the finance work around that?
Yeah, it's a once-off deviation. I mean, I'll give an example.
Councillors, please.
That is a procurement process. It's one of the allowed procurement processes, deviation. We have appointed many people on 3 years contracts. If it's go longer than 3 years, then we must bring it to council for condonement. I'm just giving you an example. So it's a similar kind of thing, because you're appointing a service provider and he's going to be involved in a 3 years contract. It's a similar thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillors? Yes, Councillor White.
Speaker, I see you like confusing myself and Councillor Lowe. My recommendations are as follows, Speaker. A will remain as is, that Council notes the report on the reasons for the deviations in respect of the appointment of professional services for the infrastructure services capital projects. B will be that Council records its dissatisfaction with the administration for the failure to adequately plan and implement procurement processes timeously, which resulted in the reliance on the procurement deviations for critical infrastructure projects. C, that Council directs that the cancellation of the tenders referenced in the report be included within the scope of the ongoing investigation by the Provincial Treasury with a view to determining the causes of the cancellations, any governance or process failures, and recommendations to prevent the recurrence thereof.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor, who's seconding?
I, Councillor Vanston, second, thank you.
Speaker, can I have a counter?
There was already a counter. I've got 2 proposals now. I've got Councillor Campbell's proposal, seconded by Councillor Lowe, that this
Lowe was confused there, Speaker, man. He was confused, Lowe. I think he's still confused.
No, Councillor, I've not recognized you. He seconded Councillor Campbell's proposal that
Speaker,
we note the report.
I withdraw that, Speaker. I withdraw that because the mayor has to be clear that everything will be in the Section 19 committee be discussed.
Okay, well then I've got one recommendation.
Speaker, I just want to, my recommendations that I want to amend on this one is to say that it must go to the Section 80. And then that council notes the report. That's what basically it. It's
So A, that the council notes the report on on the reasons for the deviation, and B, that
The
all information be sent to the
finance
Section 80. Finance Section 80
specifically
Committee.
Finance Section 80 Committee. That is my recommendations, which I proposed here, Speaker. I did not say that it's going to go automatically to cancel tenders. The DA must stop this nonsense of them.
Councillor.
No, Speaker, I've got my right to speak also here as a councillor.
Yes, you have.
No, you
Mayor.
Speaker, can DA clarify their recommendations? Because I think they are saying some of the tenders to be cancelled. Maybe that's what we are hearing. Or what? Can they clarify their recommendations?
No, we're not going to discuss. We're not going to discuss. We can't discuss. Just clarify your.
Speaker, we didn't say that tenders must be cancelled. The report references the cancellation of tenders, so we want that to be investigated. The tenders that were cancelled that led to this deviation in the first place. So that's all we're saying. And also, I'd like to recommend then that we include that the outstanding documentation that's been requested to the be submitted to the Finance Section 80 as part of the recommendations.
Okay, so we've got two of the same recommendations, just one with more detail.
No, Speaker, you can't be dictated by...
I'm not being dictated.
You must stop this now, man.
Councillor, your proposal hasn't been seconded.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
This one must read all these recommendations.
Councillor White, please repeat your recommendations.
Thank you, Speaker. A will remain as is, that we note the report and the reasons. B will be that Council records its dissatisfaction with the administration for the failure.
Councillor Lowe, please put your microphone on mute. Thank you.
I'll repeat B again, Speaker, that Council records its dissatisfaction with the administration for the failure to adequately plan and implement the procurement processes timeously, which resulted in the reliance on the procurement deviations for critical infrastructure projects. C, that the Council directs that the cancellation of the tenders referenced in the report be included within the scope of the ongoing investigation by the Provincial Treasury with a view to determining the causes of the cancellations, any governance or process failures, and recommendations to prevent recurrence. And then we add the D to say that the outstanding documentation requested by the councillors be submitted to the Finance and Governance Section 80 Committee meeting.
Thank you. That was seconded by Councillor Vanston. Councillor...
My proposal.
So we have two proposals on the table.
Chairperson, Speaker.
DM, are you going to remain with your proposal?
But the proposals are the same.
Speaker, I will remain with my proposal. We are the ruling party. I can't
Thank you. We will
agree with the opposition.
I'm going to put...
I will remain.
I'm going to put it to a vote. All those in favour of the Deputy Executive Mayor's proposal, please raise your hands.
I can't hear what you are saying.
All those against?
Speaker, you didn't ask me.
No. All those in favour of Councillor White's proposal? All those against Councillor White's proposal? There's abstaining. There's abstentions. It's all abstentions. So Councillor White's proposal is carried, that's all.
Speaker, thank you very much. Due to the process of voting, Speaker, the Councillor's White proposal is carried.
Thank you. Councillors, it's 11 o'clock. Let's just take a 15-minute body break, please. 15-minute body break. She is on, the planning is online. Thank you, councillors. We're on page 47, item 6.4. SCO 40226, the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG Localization Program Report, which is on page 47. Recommendations are on page 49. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Can we note, Speaker?
We can note. Can we note the report? Yes. Thank you. We move to the next item, which is the amendment of the write-off of irrecoverable debt policy on page 68. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Just a reminder that I'm not participating
Yes.
or voting in this matter.
Yes, we have noted that. Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm a little bit concerned about this policy, specifically since we've done this in previous years and we've used the opportunity to write off. The policy is also a bit contradictory because it also speaks to all debtors and then it says only applicable to residential accounts. So 5.1, I think it's 11.1 and 11.2 are contradictory, so that needs to be addressed. My other concern is that we've addressed this on numerous occasions. I'm concerned that we're wanting to implement this because we're wanting to do a quick turnaround in terms of collecting cash and to clean up our debtors book. Now, I understand the policy speaks to ensuring that we only deal with it and we follow proper recovery processes first. So if there's non-recovery, then we will implement. But my concern is that are we going to be instilling a sense of let's encourage people to build up arrears on your debts so that we'll implement this process again the next time round and allow them to write off 50% of their debt. We talk about in the municipality often about cost containment measures to reduce expenditure, but yet here we are reducing off our revenue when in actual fact we're not collecting revenue. So this is just about trying to clean up our debtors book, to get the money in quickly, to get money in to be able to address situations. I'm not sure that this is the right process to go. We are already addressing a lot of lost revenue in terms of our non-revenue processes, in terms of bypass meters, so there's a lot of people that are already not paying in terms of that. Now we're encouraging people to only pay 50% of their debt up until June of 2025. So the bulk of the amount that we're writing off is old debt, but yet when we address the debts collection rates in the councils, we're told that we're collecting at 96 or 92%, and the monies received goes against old debt. But yet now old debt is still growing, and we still don't have a breakdown of what the amount of the debt is that's sitting in June 2025 and before. So what is actually being proposed here, and how is this going to affect our adjustment budget going forward? Because we're going to be writing off this amount of money before the end of this financial year. So we've got no indication of how much is actually that could potentially be written off, because we don't know what the debtors book is in terms of outstanding at June of 2025. So that is a concern for me. But also, it's just for me, I'm concerned that it's an amount, it's a process whereby, as I've said, we're going to be addressing our cash flow situation to be able to get a bunch of money in before the end of the year. So when last have we received a proper cash flow statement? And I think a cash flow statement is actually critical in terms of dealing with this before we even agree to anything like this. Because if we can understand what our current cash flow is, are we receiving enough money on a monthly basis to meet our monthly expenses? Or is this a process now where we're not and we're needing to collect money in because we're not going to make ends meet at the end of the year? So I'm a little bit concerned with regard to that. Also, in terms of the assessments, what assessments have been done in terms of the debts that we possibly are targeting? Have we assessed those debtors? Have we checked on recoverability? How are we identifying which ones are going to be targeted in terms of this collection, 50% collection of money? And is it really just a pushback in terms of addressing a potential precarious financial position before the end of the year to assist cash flow in terms of managing the business, the running of the municipality before the end of the year? So those are just my concerns, and if I could have clarity in that regard. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I've just made some notes here. So this item, there are three good things about the item. Number one is, and I'm sure the CFO will agree with us, that's probably why he agrees to this item, is that you clean the balance sheet. So that's, we've got this massive debts that we have. It's an immediate cash injection. And the main issue is that you see our escalation is based on interest. So you stop that spiraling interest that is happening. So from a commonsensical perspective, to be able to deal with this massively increasing debt, which is predominantly on interest, doesn't help us. The challenge I have, Speaker, is that how do we measure that? Do we know, and this is a question to the CFO, what is actually, do we have a report on the irrecoverability of the actual debts? So yes, we're going to write off, but are we writing off the right people? We've got billing issues, there are massive billing challenges with our billing system already. So that's a challenge. So yes, it's a good thing to write off people's debt, but can the CFO tell us today that we've got the systems in place to do it, because we know that historically we've challenged with those systems. Then the issue that my colleague alluded to, how do we deal with the culture of non-payment? If this policy is interesting, but maybe in the future one could add, doesn't have to be now, but maybe in the next budget, that whenever we write off, that this client or person must make sure that for the next six months after that they are paying their accounts on time, and they must sign an agreement to do that, because then you deal with a culture of non-payment. Because you recall years ago we wrote off millions and millions for water bill, and then we said to people with the water meters, we incentivized it and said, okay, right, we're going to write off all your water and the interest on that, but you must install a meter. So there was some sort of incentive to that. And then the last point I want to make, Speaker, is if we look at this, which will bring a lot of relief to people and to the municipalities' books, but I want to ask, will it, although we're getting a cash injection, will it affect future liquidity, our liquidity? And also, is it possible for us to ring-fence the money that, that we get in for our water and sewer infrastructure projects? And so those are the type of questions that I would like answers for as we prepare to deal with this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. My learned colleague, Councillor Vail, speaks now like a real selected candidate to be the mayor, or the mayoral candidate. So yeah, he speaks that. Speaker, from me, I think we need to include businesses as well in this, whereby because it can't just be your residentials, but I think it is a great relief, and it will be a great relief for our people out there, the marginalized, the people that are struggling, the people that are really suffering of making ends meet and getting through the systems, etc., etc. So I think the only thing that I want to add to this is that businesses be included. And then also, we just need to clarify that people who already have received such an amnesty will not be included in this one, because at this stage we will obviously, people will then just think, let my account run up in a year or two, it will just been written off again. So people that have already received this write-off, that they will not be included maybe in this one. But I heard what the councillors were saying, and they're asking all these nice questions as if they are bookkeepers and in finance. where they want figures. We need to look at our people out there that can better the lives of the poor and the marginalized in order for them to get out of debt and then start afresh. Although there is already maybe a 500 rand, but they can make it up in paying and be debt-free actually. So, yeah, that's just from me, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Bester, and then Councillor Charlie.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, through you to the Deputy Mayor, I completely disagree with the statement that we need to include commercial debt as well, because as we know, there is certain property owners and commercial property owners in this town that will find a legal way of getting out of their obligation to pay their account to us. We will open up the floodgates to actually then losing a considerable amount of money that is actually owed to this municipality legally. People that can afford to pay their debt. So my stance on this is that in that policy where we say all customers needs to be revised, it has to be only those that we are legitimately can see that needs this type of write-off that can qualify for it. And Speaker, through you to the CFO, I do think that you guys need to apply legal minds to this policy to ensure that we don't open up the floodgates, that a bunch of lawyers then write to us and demand to take advantage of this initiative, and thereby us losing hundreds of millions of rands. So I please ask that you apply yourselves to that.
Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, what is written here, I think that we did receive a similar report about this, and then we spoke about it. Mine is, I can see here on page 74, we are talking about when the balance on A, when the balance amount is 500 or less, or the amount is determined by council, or 1,000 rand. I'm going to speak again, Speaker, about the people who never knew that they owe this municipality money. Now, we are not talking here about 500 rand that they can afford to pay. We are talking about people who receive when they found out that their water or their electricity have been blocked. And then when they go to customer care, they found out that they are owing this municipality 60 or 120,000. So mine is, how are we going to deal with it? Because those people, they continue going there, and then it's going to be dealt with only 1 month. Now tell me a person who is receiving a 350 rand from Ramaphosa, how is that person going to settle that account? Every time their electricity got blocked, they went there, and then in the following month is the same thing when they buy electricity. So I just want to know, how is this going to affect, or how is this now? How are we going to solve the problem? Because I remember that the CFO can testify, there was a lady who is now on medication because of the stress. She's owing the municipality 120,000 rand, and she didn't know that she owes the municipality. Now, one I've said that the people never know.
Speaker, on a point of order, please. And
Your point of order,
going
Councillor.
to assist on a point of order, Speaker. The relevance, if you look, what Councillor Charlie is raising is covered in the policy. It's section 5.2. So those concerns that she's raising are covered there. They are. We just, in this item, we're dealing with 5.111. So in 5.2 of the policy, those people that you're talking about are covered. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo. What I am saying, I know it is here, but customer care, when people are going there, there's another story. This is the thing that I want to raise. What we are saying here, it's different than they are doing. It's the same thing because every day I'm standing with people who come and say that their electricity were blocked. They went there and it's only for 1 month or for 2 months. So I know it is covered here, but what I'm saying, it is not happening. It's just written here. It's like a board that says, pas op for the hond, but the hond is lang al dood.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to just make some little bit amendments. But I just want to say that you see, this council, we are always playing the player, not the ball. Whenever this item is coming, it's the second time this item is coming. It came at the time of former councillor, former Mayor Aubrey. And at that time, we were playing a ball, a man, not a ball. Because this will assist, I think Councillor Levy is correct, it will assist in cleaning up our debtors book. It will assist also our people that do want to pay the current debt, but are struggling because they have this big, massive debt that has been pending there. But they can't, it's also affecting our current debt because we have two accounts. We have an old account that we must settle first, then you can pay the current account. So it creates a problem for some of our residents. For instance, in this financial year, or maybe only 20,000. The last old debt was around 80,000. So it's difficult for other people to pay directly. Second issue, some of the businesses are struggling as well. We can't run away. We know it's business, but it doesn't mean how much money we have written off in many businesses. There are many businesses that we have written money off that this council because some of them, maybe they are no longer making profit. Some of them are affected by other issues. So they will close business down, which means job creations will be lost. But I'm saying that we are bringing again, asking council to consider again this policy. Leave the other issue that is this certain company that is owing the municipality. Because part of the recommendations that we are proposing is that the debt incentive scheme only applies to consumers and customers and businesses that have not previously benefited from a similar scheme that involving 50% or full debt write-off. We are writing debt off each and every quarter. We're writing 20 million, we're writing there, but we want to open it up. At least we get something. In this time, we're saying that out of the amount that is owned, that is an old debt, we don't want to just go and write it off. But let's allow this other process because our credit control policy has been implemented for quite some time. But still, we are not getting what we are supposed to get. So we want to also relieve the pressure from our people. We also want to start building our financial debt and also make sure that we improve in terms of collecting our current debt while we know that we have dealt, because part of this increase is because of the areas that has been there for quite some time. So my proposal that let's allow and include maybe businesses as well, because initially I'm the one who stayed to the CFO that let's not include businesses, let's only make it consumers. But in terms of our caucuses, we agree that let's rather include as well as businesses, because it's unfair for us to use it for certain. But let's have a clause that those who have benefited can't benefit again. If you know that we have written off and then we have made arrangements, you can't benefit it in every year, which means it's going to create a problem. And only this initiative, it's only for the next 3 months. So if you're not going to settle your debt in the next 3 months, then for next financial year, it's not going to be there up until this council approve it and make it a policies again. But we are saying that let's bring this initiative so that it can assist our areas and also assist our people that in the first month, which is April, in March, if you pay your debt in March, the old debt, you can apply for 50% write-off. If it's April, it's 30%. If it's May, June, it's 20%. So these are the three debt. From May up until June, is only 20% that can be written off. I think that will also encourage people to come and pay their old debt. And it will also assist in terms of those disputes that are there, so that we clear over the old debt and the disputes, then we can move over. They can start paying their current accounts. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Tengwa, Low and Tiakolo.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. No, Speaker, look, I want to support what the mayor just proposed in terms of this policy, Chair, because all of us, we will recall quite well, we, if I'm not mistaken, was standing at 600 million on our debtors book. And that particular money, it's a money which we cannot recoup, we cannot get. I mean, I know there were attempts in this council in terms of appointing the debt collectors so that we can be able to get what belongs to us. Unfortunately, if my memory serves me very well, I would recall the CFO was presenting to say, even out of those debt collectors which we have appointed, we are losing money. Because, I mean, on each and every rent which they are bringing in, a particular percentage must be paid back to them. So, I mean, as the institution, in fact, we are not getting what we're supposed to get. So I think this particular policy will really assist us in terms of, getting our people closer. Those who are coming to pay, they are going to get an incentive. Those who are making an arrangement and so on and so forth, it is also going to assist us. And Speaker, I further want to move to say, in terms of the businesses, I think let's include the businesses. The mayor is quite correct. I recall some time ago when we were discussing a grey elephant left, right, and center, and instead of colleagues playing the ball, they decide to play the person, and that particular problem, Speaker, it's going to land this council, on a very negative position, I must say. Even if we can extend our hand, and in terms of those business people who are willing to come and negotiate, I think we must do that, Mayor, if I can remind you, I remember some time ago, we have written and very serious millions, to other companies, and businesses. But when it comes to certain people, it was so difficult. But I therefore want to support Speaker to say, and I think this is a very good initiative. I think we need to embark on it. I don't want to speak other things. Otherwise, I don't want to make colleagues uncomfortable. Because I know truth, when it's spoken, other people are not taking it. So in conclusion, Speaker, I want to support this policy. Let's extend it. And so that we can get what belongs to us, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Low, I see your hand has gone down. Are you still wanting to? No.
I'm sorted, Speaker. I support them.
Thank you. Councillor Tiakolo and then Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me just take this council a little back as to why we are here and why is local government existing. It is important that we understand, Speaker, that we are here to actually support our communities, especially those who are vulnerable, poor, and who can't make ends meet. That is what we are here for. We are not Father Christmas for everyone. Now, Speaker, I understand it is an election year, and people need to tap into these things. And, I don't understand councillors when they say our people, at the same time, businesses, and you don't even understand what kind of businesses we're talking about. We're talking about, for an example, commercial businesses, people who are making a lot of money, and you come here and say you want to write off their debt. With regards to that, Speaker, there's already a process that is being followed whenever a business makes an application. There is a process for that. I don't understand why would we want to accommodate them here. So I think we really need to know our priorities, and that's been the issue with the governing side. It's been the issue of not knowing the priorities. Speaker, I would like us to really consider this and just understand it's up until the end of this financial year. And Speaker, I would like us, I think Councillor Best has mentioned it, it should only be the residential customers. Residential, it should cover only that. That is my proposal. I support that, Speaker. But people trying now to cover for people who've got a lot of money because it's an election year, we cannot accept that in the expense of people who really need some incentives and support from this municipality. So, Speaker, I would say we cannot, there is a process already, the policy is outlining it. The policies, this is only a section of the policy, it's not the whole policy. That's why colleagues have to go through the whole policy, go and read it, and you will see there is a process that can be followed. Therefore, Speaker, I would like us to concentrate on this one and just amend the sections in the policy where it says there was contradictory statements on it, that it states that it is residential customers. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Banston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't want to repeat what everybody has said, but I do want to just make emphasis on the fact that the purpose of this should be for residential purposes, residential category only. We know that there are the poorest of the poor and the middle class income residents and ratepayers are always overlooked. So they're neither here nor there. So this could greatly benefit them. However, I would like to make the recommendation that 5.11.1, that wording does change, that it says that a special incentive to all customers with outstanding debt must be changed to concur with 5.11.2, that the incentive will apply to all residential category only. So 5.11.1 should state that this is incentive to residential customers only. And we need to look at the businesses. It needs to then be, which for this, I do not agree with that it's business, it's only residential. But in future, we need to look at the businesses that the category of income. We cannot make it an open policy for all business. All business, there's very high incoming earning businesses that should not qualify for this at all, and they shouldn't be having the option to write off debt. They should be paying their billing, and that's that because they can afford to. But there are small enterprises, small business owners who might who might qualify for this. So in the future, we need to look at the income bracket on businesses that can qualify, but not right now. We need to make those amendments and changes that it only benefits residential category only. Thank you.
CFO, can you come back on some of the questions that were asked?
Thanks, Speaker. I think our intentions when we brought it is to only focus on residentials. I mean, we have also sent this policy through to Treasury for inputs because we don't want to implement things. As you know, Treasury will never support it for the mere fact to feel that, as you all know, that the criteria for write-off is irrecoverable debt. And we have put it in such a way that we should be able only to write off the irrecoverable debt. I want to say it like that. Because if you look at the deadline that we have put in the policy, we said 30 June 2025, so it's already a year backwards. So it means already we took a year off, and there's now 2 years again. So it means that if you pay 50%, it will only probably be 2 years, and then the others will be irrecoverable debt. So that is, okay, yeah, so I'm saying you can see that is 1 year back. So there's also going to be, irrecoverable debt is usually determined by 3 years because of the prescription and everything. So what I'm saying is that if you pay 50% at least, it means it will cover probably the 2 years that we have not pushed back, and then the other 50% that we will write off will recover older debt. That's how we've interpreted it. So it means what we will write off, it would be irrecoverable debt, and that is our purpose, to write off irrecoverable debt. But the second purpose, as the Mayor have highlighted, is to clear the debt book, to make sure that we've only got recoverable debt in our debt book and the irrecoverable debt has been removed. The other categories that you have mentioned, there is clear policy directives for them. I'm talking about indigents. I'm talking about businesses. If you are liquidated, you will come to us. You will come and explain your situation. We will assess to you and all those kind of things. If you are indigent, you come to us. We will check your thing. We'll write you off, and that is how the process works. So they are covered for the indigent people or the poor of the poor, and even some of the elderly people. You remember, we've got this assistance that we give you discounts and up to a certain level of your income. So I'm just saying there is those kind of projects that we are covering, that we are assisting the poor of the poor. But this is particularly, I want to stress it, to address the irrecoverable debt and the clear of the debt book. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. We've had multiple suggestions on adding and taking out of the policy. Can I have amendments to the recommendations, or are we going with the recommendations as before us? Councillors? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Can I ask for a 15-minute caucus?
You need full 15 minutes, or can it not be down to 5 or 10 minutes?
No, can you give us 15 minutes, Speaker? Thank you.
I did ask the question, with regard to what extent is the amount being impacted? How much of the debtors book could be impacted in terms of this potential write-off, and how is it going to be impacting on our adjustment budget? Has it been taken into account? So if our debtors book is sitting at 600,000 and 300,000 of it is sitting from June of last year and older, and I know that not all of it will be non-recoverable, so only that portion, but what portion of the debtors book is going to be impacted by this, and what is the impact going to be financially on our figures at the end of the year? We didn't get an answer towards that. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. Our estimates is to say that we will not get anything more than 75 or 50, between 75 and 50 million. That's what we will get out of this process. We're not going to get more than 75 to 50 million. Because of the timeline that we have put in and because of affordability, not everybody will probably also have money by June to be able to cover their 50%. And so it means they will probably not qualify. I'm just raising it, so that's also a limitation. So we are targeting between 50 and 25. As I've always explained, to say this is a balance sheet item. It's nothing to do with the current expenditure and income. It is in the balance sheet, it's placed off there, so it doesn't have any real impact as such in the budget, adjustment budget. Thanks.
I think it's now 1:45. Please be back at 12 o'clock sharp. Deputy Mayor, you called for a caucus. Can we proceed?
No, you. DM?
Before landing,
Can we proceed, Deputy Mayor? You wanted
yes,
a
we
caucus.
can proceed, Speaker.
Councillors, are we going with the recommendations as before us? Yes. Councillor Tiakolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think my colleague spoke to the amendments in the policy, and I would like to propose as follows, that in the actual section of the policy, 5.1.1, reads as follows, that special incentives for qualifying residential consumers, that portion be inserted in the policy. And 5.11.1, council offers a special incentive to all qualifying residential customers. That's what you insert, and then you can finish the sentence. And then going to the recommendation, Speaker, A stays as it is, and that B, that council approves the amended writing of irrecoverable debt policy, including the amendments made in council for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thanks.
Is that the amendment to the policy made in council?
Yeah. Speaker, I'm putting it that way. I'm just concerned that I put the amendments in the recommendations without putting them in the policy itself. That's why I'm amending the
Noted, yeah.
policy. Thanks.
Can I have a seconder for that proposal? Thank you, Councillor White. Is there a counter proposal? No counter proposal? Can we go with that recommendation as... Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We move to the next item. Councillors, we move to item 6.6, which is the adjustment budget 2025-26, page 82. Yeah. There was no counter proposal. I asked for a counter proposal. There was no counter proposal. Thank you. We are now on the adjustment budget, SC 060226, February 2026. Mayor?
Speaker, can I sit here?
Yes, you may be seated.
Yeah, it's not a budget, I will stand there today. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not gonna be long today. Just gonna do the formality, presenting the adjustment budget. Speaker, members of the committee, councillors, deputy mayor, the former deputy mayor and former mayor, members of media. Speaker, we're tabling this adjustment budget at an extraordinary time for our community. The ongoing water crisis has forced us to confront not only immediate supply challenges, but also underlying conditions of our of our infrastructure and institutional capacity. This budget is therefore not a business as usual. It is a targeted response to the declared disaster. The total operation revenue increased slightly from 1,507 million to 1,513,000,000, while the upwards adjustment of 5.4 million reflects improvement performance in areas such as waste management billing and investment increase. The true story of this budget lies on the expenditure and capital reprioritization side, particularly in the relations to water security. On the operational side expenditure, Speaker, the increase from 1,272,000,000 to 1,498,000,000 is a significant portion of this rate to a 168 million of non-cash assets impairment, primarily within water and wastewater infrastructure. This adjustment follows a detailed assessment of conditions of our infrastructure assessment. It is an accounting reflection of hard truth. Our water sanitation system requires urgent maintenance and refurbishment, and in some cases, replacement. This impairment is not only simple technical entry, it is also called to action. In addition, Speaker, to this, 55 million has been introduced to municipality cash reserves to address critical operational pressures under technical service. Funding has been directed towards the review of infrastructure master plans, maintenance of roads, vehicles, maintenance of water infrastructure access, and hiring of water and sewer trucks, all directly supporting service continuity during water crisis. Under electrical services, the provision has been made for upgrading of our electrical bulk meters and also our electrical infrastructure. The appointment of consultants to complete energy performance certificates in municipality buildings. Community service allocations strengthens the security services in response to vandalism of municipality assets provided for refuse truck hire and increase also in dumping costs and enabling continued youth and social sport development programs despite constrained circumstances. Housing service funding supports the emergency housing program and maintenance of social housing. For the first time, Speaker, we are putting money for social housing for Kelly Court. Additionally, provision has also been made for escalating legal costs under corporate services. Beyond the operation interventions, the real funding has been redirected to response to the water disaster within the capital expenditure technical service received as additional 9.2 million to address emergency water interventions. This includes significant allocations towards emergency groundwater supply and emergency bulk water interventions, including borehole and pump station rehabilitation. 2.8 million for continuation of finalization of MIC-funded rehabilitation program of only internal streets. The incorporation of approved municipal water resilience grant rollover to the further strengthen water security measures. To prioritize these urgent interventions, certain roads, pipelines, projects, portions of sewer rehabilitations have been rescheduled, allowing planning and designs to proceed in this year. Construction is shifted to the new financial year. This to ensure readiness without compromising long-term delivery. We have also moved with urgency to address revenue leakages linked to water metering and 11 million downwards adjustment in wastewater revenue highlights the impact of faulty meters. Council has already initiated an installation of 8,000 conventional meters across NISA to restore accurate billing. We have started only with 1,000, which is we are currently busy with. So out of the 8,000, the intervention is expected to complete within 2 months and is critical, the 1,001. It is critical to both water conservation and financial stability. Equally important is to address the water crisis, is to ensure that we have human capacity to implement solutions. Council originally budgeted 43 million to fill 111 critical vacant posts. To date, we have spent only 40% to fill those posts. that we need to give serious attention, that we make sure that we fill all our vacant posts by the time that the allocation is budgeted. However, however, savings from unfilled posts have been redirected to fund approximately 200 temporary and seasonal appointments to ensure service continue during peak and operation. Currently now, HR is undertaking to advertise all unfilled vacancy posts, which they have started to fill and advertise from last week. Even this morning, we've said that critical posts are also advertised in terms of your electrical, in terms of water and sanitation, your legal, your wastewater. So there are many posts that currently have been advertised. Let me be clear, vacancies, a key technical and infrastructure-related position remains a concern. We cannot resolve the water crisis without engineers, technicians, and artisans and operational staff. This administration is therefore prioritizing the filling of critical posts directly linked to water and sanitation and infrastructure, while continuing to exercise restraint in non-essential areas. I'm nearly finishing, Speaker. The adjustment to the employees-related costs largely relate to non-cash provision, such as leaves, actuarial obligations. These are compliance-driven adjustments and do not represent uncontrolled growth in the personnel expenditure. Councillors, these adjustment budgets reduce our original projected surplus significantly. We are operating in a far tighter financial space than anticipated at the beginning of the year. However, the budget remains funded and compliant with the Municipality Financial Management Act. Importantly, no taxes or tariffs have been increased throughout this process. The water crisis is not a short-term inconvenience. It is a structural challenge that requires infrastructure renewal, operational discipline, accurate billing, and adequate staff capacity. Throughout this adjustment budget, we are strengthening emergency and water interventions, protecting critical infrastructure, aligning our limited our limited resource to where they are needed most. I therefore commend the adjustment budget to Council. I therefore present the adjustment budget to Council as a responsible person and focus on financial instrumental designed to steer NISA through one of the most demanding periods and the most demanding challenge. We know that we have declared NISA as a water crisis and as a water disaster. We've been engaging with province as well as national and some of the assistance. Part of the report will highlight that the assistance that will be presented by province and national at a later stage. Speaker, therefore I present this adjustment budget with just to quote, remember, be nice and save water. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take comments. Councillor Davis, Councillor Bester. Okay. Yes, I will come around. Okay, Councillor Bester.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the Mayor. Mayor, I was really hoping you would have taken the comments that we made in the budget workshop to heart and have implemented our recommendations. But sadly, I see none of it has transpired through to the final adjustment budget. This council is got a very bad habit of playing around with the budget like it's monopoly money. I said it during the workshop and I'm saying it again here today. Officials sit here, thumbsuck figures based on previous years, possibilities, maybe we can, maybe we can't. And then we come to the adjustment budget and now all of a sudden it's crisis management. Now we have to move money around to suit those projects that have been under budgeted completely and urgently needed budgets suffer the consequences. Mayor, I applaud your efforts to try and alleviate our water crisis that we've got. But the majority of that money is being done through most of the grants. Our capital projects are not focusing on attending to the root causes of our water losses, mainly leaks, pipe bursts. You have removed almost all of the funding required to replace the pipelines in this town. The last time pipes were replaced was done the CBD in Upper Central and the heads. Actually, Councillor Willems, I think, was a part of this council when the heads pipes got replaced. That reduced the bursts in this town considerably. But now we're sitting here. I walked a street the day before yesterday. 25 bursts in one street that is less than a kilometre in length. You've taken 250,000 rand and reduced it even more. So all we can do is appoint a consultant. Now, in Afrikaans, there's a saying, and I'll translate it after I've said it as well. In Afrikaans, there's a saying, van uitstel kom afstel. Okay? So if you postpone something, it will get cancelled. Okay? And prime example, 2 years ago, I asked this council to put money into Upper Old Place for the refurbishment of all of the pipelines there. Money was put in. That money was stolen by councillors for other projects, which led to no pipes being replaced. Today, there is 3 pipelines in my ward that is being done exactly the same thing too. But not just that.
Speaker, sorry.
In Hornley,
No, Speaker.
Speaker, no, Speaker.
Sorry, there's
On a point of order.
Councillors,
On a point
there's
of
a
order, I'm
protocol.
rising.
There's
I'm rising here.
protocol.
Councillor, be seated. I did not recognize you.
He can't say we do steal money
Please be
here.
seated.
No, he must withdraw that statement.
He must
Councillors, councillors,
I'm not a thief.
councillors, please, there's a
I'm
protocol.
not.
Councillor, be seated. Be seated. Be seated. Be seated. Councillors, be seated and quiet. Please. A councillor can say what he likes. You rise on a point of order. There is no standing up and shouting. There is protocol. Councillor, be quiet. Please. You rise on a point of order. That is the protocol.
Point of order, Speaker, I'm rising on a
I
point
have
of
not
order.
declared anything.
You said I must say I'm rising on a point of order, Speaker.
Councillor, don't be disrespectful. I'm still busy talking. Councillors, honestly. Councillor Bester, I'm going to ask you to withdraw the statement of councillors that have stolen money. Please rephrase. Thank you.
Speaker, in light of that, what I will do is I will change my statement.
Speaker, on a point of order,
I will
Speaker.
change-
Councillor, I have ruled on it.
Speaker, you
Point of
asked
order,
him to
Speaker.
withdraw the
I
statement.
didn't. I said, I did not say
He can
withdraw.
come and say that he wants to...
Councillor, please don't argue with me. Councillors, where do you get your manners from? Honestly, there are protocols in council.
Speaker, I have the evidence of the money that was removed from the budget in favour of other projects that councillors forced on this administration. So, I will continue further with my statements.
Speaker.
We are looking
Speaker.
at major service
Why are you
crisis.
calling me, councillor?
I want...
Councillor, there is...
Councillor, there are protocols. You rise on a point of order. You don't just shout
Speaker,
at me.
when I have raised on a point of order, you said I must sit, so what must I do? He continues after you said that he must withdraw. That councillor continue with his
Councillor, I am ruling.
and his point.
Councillor, I am ruling.
Then you must rule.
I am ruling. And once I rule, the ruling is over and done. I asked him to withdraw the word stolen.
But
And he
that
has.
is what he did not do.
He did.
Well, how did he do it?
He said it was removed. It wasn't stolen. I am ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Right, continuing on our failure to deliver services to this town. I note with big concern the fact that we are taking money from essential maintenance and repairs that needs to be done, one of which is the electrical relay overload protection. We're removing 1.2 million rand there. Now, that, along with the sewer projects, that millions are being removed from this budget, is going to continue damaging this municipality. Now, I'm not being funny, but this is an example, a prime example, of how this council and this municipality cannot manage their money.
30 seconds, Councillor.
So, sadly, I have to say that I cannot support this adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, Charlie, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Vanston, Deputy Mayor. Councillor, you may
Can I go?
proceed.
Speaker, thank you. I'm going to try to use my full 5 minutes because there's so much in this adjustment budget. I want to start on page 17 with the ultimate contradiction. You have an executive mayor presenting how wonderful the adjustment budget is, but on page, I'll read 4.3.3. This adjustment is not recommended as it erodes the reserves of the municipality and could result in liquidity and cash flow restraints. So I start with that. Is there actually money for this adjustment budget? I don't know who wrote this. I assume it's the CFO. So maybe the CFO and the mayor must get on the same page about this adjustment budget. This adjustment budget comes from the Section 72 report. When we had our workshops and when we had our meetings, I asked the mayor, Mayor, can we please have a budget that is a water management budget? A water management budget that speaks to the 4 pillars of water management. Number 1, the money that we spend, are we going to spend it on potable water supply? Number 2, on raw water treatment, water demand management. Number 3, wastewater treatment. And number 4, environmental protection. And in this budget, we see some stuff, we see glimpses of things happening, but we don't see this as a water. For example, we see the 40 million rand that was supposed to be through borrowings for water meters. We've got 8,000 meters that need to be dealt with that will resolve one of the pillars of water management. We have deferred that. There's a number of concerns. If you look at the cash surplus, it drops. I worked it out, colleagues that are clever at maths, you can help me, but over 90, I think it's about 92%, the surplus is dropping to 14.4 million. From a massive surplus that hundreds of millions we had to 14.4 million. It's a serious issue. The question is this adjustment budget even realistic? That's the question. Then we've got the issues related to the water and sewer crisis. As I've said, some of the stuff, there's 168 million impairment and emergency water funding. So there we can commend, as my colleague said, we can say that, but it does not deal with the root issues that we need to get us going in terms of water. Colleagues, if it was not for the rain, we would not have been saved. So if it were up to the actions of the administration and the leadership sitting here, the political leadership, we would not have had a solution to our water. We would have been without water today. But because God, who we pray to and we ask everybody to pray for, has sent us rain, thank goodness for the rain. Because if it was up to human capabilities, it wouldn't have happened. And that's based on fact. Then the high vacancy rate. We're directing 43.9 million. According to the Section 70 report, there's 111 posts that are vacant that need to be filled. We're taking that money and we're not filling people with posts. Read the adjustment budget. We are taking that and we are putting it to casual workers, to temporary workers. How the heck, I'm not going to use the other word because we are people of ethics and standards. But there's another word I could have actually said that is because it's so frustrating. How the heck can you take money and all that money, not deal with the critical vacancies in infrastructure and put it in casual workers, temporary workers? It boggles our mind. Then there's a 13.1 million extra for higher charges. In terms of the fleet, we are paying 13.1 million to rentals. What is that for? We're not going to mention names of any companies, but it's for probably the services to extract sewage, to do this and to do that. And we're not investing in our own fleet. Speaker, this was an opportunity for us to use the disaster management protocols, get funding, do procurement quick, and deal with the real water management and sewerage issues in our community. And this adjustment budget has unfortunately, no matter how well-meaning from the executive mayor, it has not met any sense of credibility. So, I don't know what else I must say except to perhaps just ask people. I mean, there's another thing before I close. It says here that there's an increased audit exposure. There's an additional 1.6 million for the AG due to material irregularity findings.
30 seconds.
So, Speaker, we cannot, with good conscience, support this because it's not a sensible adjustment budget, and the CFO even agrees that he can't even recommend this. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad Pastor Livial Davis has mentioned the name of God. You mentioned the name of God because in His word it is stated there is nothing that you can do without Him. I'm going to say to our mayor, today you are Gideon. There's a verse that says, Gideon, walk with the power that you have. Now, I've listened to the mayor on this adjustment budget. You see, in my house, I'm a single mother. And I will never allow, sorry, Speaker, I will never, can you switch off your microphone? That as a single mother, that person who's going to come and say, you want to smile with me, is coming with empty-handed and come and knock on my door. Now what happened here? We are hearing here people are talking. We found this municipality as it is. Now people come and grandstand here as when we found and we took over, when we were in the coalition, that everything was 100%. It was never 100%. If it was 100%, money billions should be in the bank. The infrastructure, it can never be fixed by repairing. What we should do, we should ask national and province to send billions to fix the damage that was done by the fires in 2017 in this municipality. Now, let me come on this. Thank you for giving jobs to our people, because all these 21 councillors that are sitting here, when they are doing the door-to-door campaign, they are promising people about jobs creation. But today I am hearing that the money was taken from there and there were jobs that was done, was given to our people. How could you allow people to go and vote for you, but you can't put a piece of bread on the table for those people? As long as it was never put in anyone's pocket, it was given to the poor people. so that there should be jobs. And this is the same thing that all these political parties are going to say, job creation, job creations. But now when there are means that are being done for so that our people can get jobs, we are always posting here, grade 12 and up. But for the local people who are not uneducated, you think nothing about them. Thank you very much, Mayor, for what you have just now addressing to us. What I'm saying, talk is very cheap. Because this municipality was governed after we came in by a party for almost 8.5 years. They should have fixed everything that they needed to fix. We should have stopped. We will never collapse a municipality in 2 years' time. We will never do that. How dumb can we be? It was never done properly. Now they want to come and shift the blame, as they always do. Everywhere they will shift. They will never say that we did also wrong. We didn't perform. From 2012, 2013, this municipality was under a mess when it comes to the infrastructure. So I, as the Patriotic Alliance, and a woman who understands, I support the adjustment budget that was done here. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker, I just want to rise on Rule 18, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the DA was in government between 2011 and we know to 2016. And if you go to the records, you'll actually see those were the days when we had clean audits and a lot of things that we did, including related to the Charlesford scheme. So I just want to clarify the correction to Councillor that that is not in fact based on the facts. Knysna was a top municipality during those days. Thank you.
Noted.
Speaker, you
Deputy
allow
Mayor.
him to correct me. Speaker, you allow him to correct me. Speaker, before the DA
He rose on a point of
this
order.
town was the best under the ANC. It was the best town. It was the favorite town in South Africa.
Councillor, please be
What are they
seated.
talking about? It was winning time and time and again for 5 years, for 5 terms.
Councillor, Councillor, order, please.
They think that we don't know. The best town, the favorite town.
Councillor, order, please. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, sir. Ja. Hulle is nou maak. Speaker, with all due respect, and they can rise on another point of order at a later stage. Excuse? Hulle maak video's hier vir 'n campaign. Hulle is besig met hulle
Councillor, please just stick to the...
Can you allow me to speak? As any other councillor, I've got the right to do so here in this council. Please. I'm saying here that the DA and they want to go ballistic here because how the heck can we and how this is utterly disrespectful towards the mayor's adjustment budget that they have presented here. We must also, and they must also understand, and I think they know that they were in power and figures and so on are brought to them from the administration. We, as councillors that are here, we are debating, we are trying to let any budget speaks to the needs of our people. And then they must also understand further that an adjustment budget is, we are just adjusting. There's no new projects and stuff that is going on. They want to go on about the surplus. A surplus is money that is not there. It's not there. It's a prediction of money that will maybe be added onto. And it's very bad even for a municipality to have such a huge surplus, but they don't have the money in the coffers. It's bad. And therefore, it has been reduced to 15 million, if I'm not mistaken, CFO? 14 something. So, it's not a matter of that we have spent a surplus. No, we did not spend that surplus. It was just added there or put there to say that The surplus is a prediction of money that must still come in. That is even how a budget is presented here. We're predicting certain things here, expecting people to pay, expecting grants to come in. But if us and if the people that are working with this money, that are so heavily stopping the councillors, and as the DA councillors think that we are interfering, we've been stopped and tell directly that, please, there's, guys, you are interfering. There was a previous person here that said he will inform province directly now of the interference of councillors. So I don't understand how did they get to the fact here that we are interfering. I think this budget was drawn up to the best of their ability. And if we can, or you can recall if you have attended the budget workshop, I told the administration, it's not just, if a budget doesn't speak to the needs of our communities and service delivery, then what is the use of getting a budget that they can have all these nice words and applause and et cetera, but at the end of the day, it does not speak to the needs of our people. So I want to really, and as the councillor of the PBI, I'm not going to mention these other things. I'm here on the ticket of the PBI.
30 seconds, Councillor.
I'll take another. You took 30 seconds from me earlier on, Speaker, when you told me. Ag, bly stil, man. This was compiled, and we have to work with what we have here at this stage, because if there was new projects added to this, then they could have handstand and tell the people out there that we can. This is in order for us to finish projects in our communities, to fix roads, to make sure that everything is on par and that our people can get the services that they want. Thank you, Speaker. And not this is not a political and election campaign that we are running here. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe. I've got you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor.
Yeah, the person that we have voted in as the mayor of the town of Knysna. But first, I want to say to all of us today, people of Knysna, mayor, you present this adjustment budget. And I want to raise it on the points that I want to raise now. Why I'm saying that it's the saddest day when it comes to this adjustment budget. Because in 2025, when we go to the budget process, they predict that we will have a surplus of 230 million rand. Today, Mayor, they come back. We have a surplus.
Councillor Lowe, we are losing you. Your reception is bad.
Oh, you are?
We can't hear you, Councillor Lowe.
Councillor Lowe, send me a WhatsApp. I will read it for you.
Deputy, you are out of order.
And I'm saying, Speaker, I'm saying today, I'm out of order now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can carry on.
Speaker.
Councillor Lowe.
Councillor Lowe is within his right to speak.
Councillor Lowe, proceed. Councillor Lowe, can you hear me? Councillor Lowe, your microphone is off. I'm going to move on along Councillor Sabach, Chengwa, Struble and Vanston.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Speaker,
Councillor Lowe, I'm going to come back to you.
Speaker, I just want to focus on what was discussed initially in the Steercom meeting, then what came to the workshop, and then where we are now. The movement was quite substantial, and I find it quite alarming that figures can move to the extent that they have to where we are now in terms of revenue. I mean, we initially indicated that revenue would decline by 69 million, and now we're indicating that revenue has gone, is it up? No,
Speaker.
this computer.
Councillor Lowe, I will come back to you.
I don't know what's going on with this computer. No, sorry, this computer's jumping again now. I've got to find my page. Sorry, Speaker. I'm losing time here now, I know that. Yeah, so it indicates, we first of all indicated that revenue was going to decrease by 69 million. Now we're saying revenue is increasing by 5.5 million in the report here. We also indicated that our expenditure when we did the Steercom was going to reduce by 253 million. That is reducing by, I think it was 233 now. I just don't understand how we go from one lot to a next lot, and then when we go to the workshop, a different figure is given as well, and now we get to this. It kind of like indicates a bit of, for want of a better term, a bit of creative accounting. I'm still really concerned that we presented a budget at the beginning of this year with a surplus of 233 million, and now we're sitting at a mere 14 million. If I look at the actual data, the debt impairment and stuff, I'm also concerned because we're also sitting now where we're going to have further debt write-off. Yet we're showing in our figures that our debt impairment figure is was a 279 million in terms of debt write-off for the period, which is quite a large amount. It's concerning that we're writing off such a huge amount of debt impairment. My computer's jumping again. Here we go. It's showing here our actual year to date in terms of debt impairment. It says 279 million. That's the year to date figure to January of 2026. Then it's showing an adjustment, so it's showing a closing balance in terms of the main adjustment of 290 million, and that's just debt impairment. Then we have expenditure, depreciation, and amortization. It's another 168 million adjustment there, and the closing figure we're showing at 69 million. I know that the amortization doesn't affect our cash flow, but the debt impairment is going to impact on our cash flow if we continue to keep writing off. We've got to amend our policy, our way of dealing with our debtors book and attending it, because to me it's a continual indication that there has to be something wrong with our billing. Our billing is not correct, and we've got to improve on that. My biggest concern is that we're not dealing with resources in terms of getting in our critical vacancies, as my colleague has said. We're not addressing the correct funding in terms of various directorates. I'm concerned about the various events that we've lost, which impacts on the revenue of the town overall, our economy. But where on this budget have we shown that we've allocated the 2 million rand that's required to ensure that the hilltop climb actually takes place? So I'm concerned about that. But if I were to go directly to just Ward 9.
Councillor Lowe, I will come back to you. There's somebody on the floor.
So in terms of the budgets for Ward 9, I'm also really concerned because there were a number of amounts that were removed and taken away. But yet included in it too, it shows Ward 9, but those areas are actually not Ward 9, they're Ward 6. I asked on numerous occasions for line items per ward, so that we could see per ward what the adjustments were in this. And yet none of us in terms of the DA received that in terms of the ward adjustments, what happened in terms of the various wards. And the bulk of the amounts that were allocated to Ward 9 have been shifted out, and we now have a reduced amount being spent in Ward 9. We continually expect the residents of Ward 9 to fund and pay, which they're doing, and they're doing it to assist the municipality, but yet in terms of spend, Ward 9 doesn't even get 0.1%
30
of
seconds.
spend in terms of Ward 9. So I think this is a huge, for me, a problem in terms of allocation of spend and the adjustment, because it happens every single year in terms of Ward 9. It's completely unacceptable. And then we continue to think, okay, we'll let Ward 9 come forward, and Ward 9 fixes community public open spaces for the benefit of the entire town, but yet Ward 9, work that needs to be done in Ward 9, which also benefits all of Ward 9, all of the Knysna, like George Rex, gets no spend at all. Unacceptable.
Councillor Lowe, can you hear me?
The place here where we can get a bag, brunch.
Councillor Lowe?
Here there's no network.
Councillor Lowe? I'm going to move to Councillor Tengwa.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Councillor Lowe, I can hear you, but you keep disappearing.
Can hear you now, Speaker. Can I get my 2 minutes?
You've got 2 minutes, exactly.
Because first of all, I just want to say to the mayor of the town of Knysna, Mayor, for us, it's a very sad day in the history of Knysna today. And I want you to remember this, because this adjustment budget in the budget, and with the surplus of 230 million rand that they predict, this is what we can get in. It was a misleading figure. It was given to us in 2025 when we agreed on the budget. And today is a reflection of that. This budget of you, Mayor, doesn't address the issues of our people in our communities. This budget doesn't speak to the poorest of the poor. And I can see today, this is a budget that only have the interest of the administration, because it doesn't speak really to how are we going to address the issues of water in the informal settlements. It doesn't speak how are we going to address the road issues that we are facing currently in Knysna. This budget even doesn't really speak about really do we want to make sure that we have a healthy community where sanitation is provided to our people and in our communities. This budget of you, Mayor, doesn't even inform us what are we going to do to make Knysna an investment-friendly Knysna, where people can come in and invest in Knysna. The budget that is presented to us, Mayor, doesn't even really address the issues of the youth in our areas when it comes to youth development, because the youth is our future in Knysna. The budget that you present today to us is a budget that only addresses the administration, so the administration can look good. It doesn't address the issues of our community. This budget doesn't really speak about electrification in our different areas of Knysna. And today you come and present this budget to us and said that budget, that we must adopt this adjustment budget, is speaking to the people. I can say to you, Mayor, without fear or favor, your budget doesn't speak to the poorest of the poor, and you are going to be judged on this budget, Mayor. So this is my stake on it, Mayor. The budget doesn't really speak to the poorest of the poor. The budget only speaks about quick solutions. It doesn't really address the issues in our community. And on that note, Mayor, I want to say to you that the people are going to judge you on this budget. And the last point I want to raise, Mayor, when you present your last budget speech in 2025, you were very bold. The way you have spoken, even when you was become the mayor, the way you have spoken was like a brave man. But today, when you spoke and presented budget, we can't even feel you, and the community can't feel you, because you know for yourself, this budget doesn't speak to the needs of our people. Thank you.
Councillor Tengwa.
Thank you very much. Speaker Mina, I will ask not to come in now. Maybe when all the speakers have just,
No,
just
you-
ask,
your term is now. I'm
I
not
would
going to
ask
allow you to go
for
last.
10 minutes, caucus speaker. Thank you.
You've got 10 minutes. It's 1 o'clock, you've got until 13:10.
there's no need or point for us to play politics. Because we are beginning to play politics, on our situation, which all of us, we understand, what we are finding ourselves in. And I'm not going to go back, Speaker. I'm not going to go back. If I can go back, we are here today because, not because of, because of the current mayor, not because of the former mayor, which is myself. We have taken this organization, from our colleagues on, on a very far left, and I don't want to go there, Speaker. But we need to be realistic. But one thing which I must correct here, very fortunately, Speaker, and I must say it for the third time, you are a former mayor yourself. You understand the processes, right? One thing, Speaker, which I must clarify here, having listened to I understand the doctor, he's a mayoral candidate for his party. Now we must play along those lines. But I do not think there's time for that for now. One thing, Speaker, which I must clarify, on the budget, because, we resolved some time ago that we need to fill, all those vacancies which have been, which were not filled, That's why a portion of the budget, So, as I've listened to him, deliberating, saying that the mayor is trying to, instead of addressing our issue of of unfilled vacancies, is addressing it by casuals. It's not true. This morning, when when the mayor was speaking, all of us, we can attest, there's a number of vacancies here which are advertised, which are going to be filled in, permanent, with the permanent staff, so that we can begin to address our challenges, Speaker. So, with those very few words, Speaker, I don't really want us to mislead, our residents. We are on a good track in terms of addressing our challenges. As nice a municipality. So with those very few words, Speaker, I think I'm standing, Speaker, to support, this adjustment budget, Speaker. If there are any challenges, Speaker, put the matter into a vote. But I am supporting the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Struble and then Vanston.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, ek is gewoond om binne in die raad oor Bybelversies te praat. Maar miskien het die meier vandag 'n bietjie bemoediging nodig. Nou die Bybel wat ek lees sê 'n huis wat verdeeld is, hy kan nie staan nie. So I really hope that the mayor, I see that, I see Councillor Chengwa have come up very prudently, which is very good. Speaker, I basically just want to make a comment. Now, obviously, we understand budgets, and we also understand the adjustment budget. Now, from what colleagues have said, and our colleagues have debated on this, it is quite concerning. But as a ward councillor, I think I've also got the privilege of being in this council for 7 years now. Speaker, what I'm concerned about now in this adjustment budget, in all our adjustment budgets, this time of the year, you always see that funds get moved around, and I'm speaking specifically about Ward 5. And this is also a time that we are in our IDP phase. So when you go to the IDP, then it is easy for the administration to report on what were now shifted in the adjustment budget, etc., and bringing that expectation across that service delivery ultimately will happen. Now, we will debate that in the IDP meeting of Ward 5, which will very soon be happening. What I say in the adjustment budget, and I want to differ with Councillor Chengwa through you, Speaker, because I've seen it now. He said that the adjustment budget is monies that we have not spent, so obviously it would be in the same vote. But where I'm getting to is in this adjustment budget, there is now a budget available for Reenendal for its sports lights, which were not there in the original budget. What I want to know from the mayor is how did we come about in saying that 400,000 rand will be sufficient to put sports lights on the sports facility or on the field. And the reason I'm asking that, I also then would like to know who advised him that 400,000 rand would be enough, and for what will that be? And the reason I'm asking that is because for the past 3 years, daar was 250,000 op 'n stadium, daar was 300,000 op 'n stadium, but none of that ultimately got spent. I also see here, there is budget for informal settlements, electrification in Renendal. Speaker, Eskom diens ons. Eskom diens ons. So how does this adjustment budget get informed? Wie gee advies? Ek sal graag wil weet, het die elektrische departement vir die Meyer gesê, gee 400,000 rand vir Renendal, vir hulle sportveld, want seker 5-6 maande terug, Speaker, I've worked with the electrical department, and funny enough, with the competent people which we have appointed, because that is the technicians in the electrical department who came from Eskom, and I happened to work with them with the informal electrification in Renendal. In 2 weeks' time, I got the design. In 2 weeks' time, I got 3 quotations for the Renendal sports fields lights. So ek wil weet, watter kerse gaan ons nou op hy sportveld sit, en watter raadslid gaan nou vir die gemeenskap kom verduidelik, dat of Meyer of watter amptenare gaat sê, julle raadslid is so dof, dat hy sit met 3 kwotasies, maar hy kom na julle toe en sê 400,000 gaan suffice. Ek sal graag wil hê, die Meyer moet my net antwoord op dit deur jou, Speaker. Baie dankie.
Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I look at this adjustment budget and my heart is broken. Where is the sufficient grant in aid funds that we needed? We spoke about this, we delayed the handover of the grant in aid because we moved it to the adjustment budget. There's no sufficient budget for the grant in aid. I look at the fire department, the uniforms of the fire officials that save lives and put their own lives in risk are in shambles. There's no sufficient budget for uniforms. The vehicles for the fire department, it's a challenge. If we look at the information around the vehicles and the repairs, we as council decided that we had a council resolution that we were to auction and dispose vehicles. What has come of that? Where's the finances of that? Yet we are still spending money on hire charges. If we look at an extra D, the line items, the finances are there for hiring. There's no maintenance, hiring and maintenance. There's no repairs, there's no disposing of our fleet. And these are critical issues that we need that are not being addressed because they affect service delivery daily in all different directorates. Also, I want to take us to the report document of item 4.2.3, page 14, with the expenditure depreciation in row 6. It states that most vehicle values also declined due to no new vehicles acquired, and some vehicles in a bad state condition, either not being repaired or disposed, hence impairment provision. We're not speaking to the basic needs of this organization, of this community, to even assist the poorest of the poor and those that are trying to make a difference in our community. We're not prioritizing them over and above the service delivery that ratepayers are paying for. I think that I would like to remind this council that the DA didn't support this budget from the beginning. This adjustment budget doesn't bring any solutions because the original budget was incompetent. I thank you.
Speaker, today we come and say here about the budget. We adjust now. We're busy adjusting now. If people can't understand in terms of adjusting, then I don't know. Speaker, let us put this into a vote.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'll be brief. Just one point of concern that was raised by think it was Councillor Davis. I just want, through you, I'd like to just ask the CFO, are all our critical posts funded for the rest of this financial year? Because it was said that we took away, oh no, sorry, was it Councillor Bester? It was said that we took away funding from critical posts for temporary posts. If we could just get an answer from that from the CFO, because if that is so, that is extremely concerning. Speaker, then, just another thing that concerns me is we have not budgeted enough for legal services. I hope we're going to be able to environment it. Maybe we can take Eskom's money, that the money that Eskom is going to spend in Reenendal that we've budgeted for electricity there, and add that to the legal services. But we have not budgeted enough for legal services, and that is not, legal services is not a nice to have. We have to be ready to defend action instituted against us. So if we could please look at that, and I will leave it at that. This budget is far from ideal, but we do have the situation that it's not an annual budget, and if we don't adjust the budget, we're going to be stuck with the last one, and that we approved, and obviously due to the crisis that this municipality has experienced in the last months, we might have to realign our priorities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to, through the Mayor, I don't know if he wants to answer or if I'm allowed the CFO to reply onto some of the questions that were asked. Let the CFO. Thank you.
I can answer, or you want to start, CFO?
I want to start because I first want to correct Councillor Davis on the issue. They say that I'm not aligned with the Mayor. I am definitely aligned with the Mayor. We've worked together to make sure that he compiled this budget. Maybe the sentence that you have read was probably just take out of context a little bit. What the Mayor have tried to align today is to say that he's not happy to move from a surplus into a reduced surplus. And because of moving to a reduced surplus, it's affecting the liquidity and the reserves of the municipality. That's what the Mayor was saying there. But it's not ideal what he wanted to do, but he had to do it because it's necessity. It's a necessity, it's a need to ensure service delivery. I think that is what was meant with the sentence that you have read. It's not to say that it's not in support of it. So I just wanted to fix that, to correct that. The question of Councillor Campbell, yes, all critical posts has been budgeted. And as they have been filled, people are starting to work. If they are not being filled, savings has been used to address the other issues that we have raised there, issues of the contract workers and all those things. Those are coming from the process of filling those vacant posts. If you are not filling for 1 month, there will be a saving. If you are not filling for 2 months, there will be a saving. But in the third month, if you go fill, that person will have his budget still to continue working. So there is definitely budget for all the critical posts. In relation to the issue of the legal services, in this adjustment budget, we've allocated additional 1.5 to legal services. And there's no money. I'm just saying. So from the money that we could manage to allocate additional on this budget, because we've allocated additional on this budget 55 million. That's not without getting any additional revenue. We have allocated 55 million to address the challenge that we are currently experiencing. And part of that 55 million, 1.5 was allocated to legal services. So I'm just raising it to say that it's a balancing issue. I'm agreeing with you, Councillor Campbell. We need to sit again and look at what is the priorities as we are working on a daily basis in terms of the operations. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor?
No, thank you very much. I think CFO has summarized some of the questions. But I think the other issues have been addressed. Let me go, Speaker. I don't know which adjustment budget has been read or which they are looking, but this adjustments budget does speak to the service delivery and does speak to the issue of water and sanitations, where money has been allocated to address those water and sanitation. This adjustment budget does speak to hold on. Does speak to also to informal area, electrifications of informal area. That one of Ward 5, I'm sure it's just an error. It's supposed to be an Ward 3 again. But all informal areas have been budgeted. again for money. It's not a lot, as we know that we used to receive from INEP, but it's what we have in terms of the money that is budgeted, but there's money for electrification of informal areas. We have put that extra 5 million in housing. That will deal with this. We know that there are many houses that have been for quite some time, have not been replaced. We know that there's issue of septic tanks. We know that there's issue of replication. We know that there are other issues that relate to housing, that there is 5 million that is there. In terms of Renendal, this municipality, this coalition, Mr. Speaker, is a caring coalition. As much has been run by the ANC, PBI, PA, PBI, we do care, PA, not PA. PA is not a coalition, but they are partners. So that we don't run tomorrow and say the PA is a coalition. As much as has been run by this coalition, we value that Sedgefield, Renendal, and Karatra are part of this municipality. That's why we cannot give everything. That's why, Speaker, I must say that we are proud to say that part of the budget, significantly, as much as Renendal has been run by the DA, but we have budgeted a lot of money for Renendal. While the DA was in charge, they've never budgeted for money in Renendal. This coalition, we have budgeted money for street lights, not street lights, the sports lights, sports fit lights, which is going to be done in phases. They were 400,000, they're going to start now. It's because it's 4 months up until the new budget, which will put an additional amount. We have put that money for buying. I'm responding.
Speaker, the mayor is misleading council. The DA government did budget for Ward 5. He's misleading the council.
That's not a point of order, Councillor, please. That's not a point of order.
What about the national? Where did they get
Okay,
the money
Councillor,
from?
that's not for you to respond. Councillor.
Speaker, the people of Renendal could not receive houses because there are two fundamental issues, upgrading of water and sewer. They did not budget for that. This government, which is led by the ANC, people of Renendal must be proud of this coalition. Because this coalition budgeted money for sports field lights. This coalition budgeted money for upgrading of water. Upgrading for water in Renendal. Houses could not be built in Renendal because there were no upgrade of water and sewer. This government have budgeted for that. This government has budgeted money for upgrading of roads, which we are doing paving, which is the contractor is on site. This government budgeted for buying a truck that will be specifically for people of Renendal. We are supposed to build a fire station because of supply chain process. We could not build. But in the meantime, we are saying that let's buy a truck for the people of Renendal.
Speaker, I rise on Rule 18, please.
This, I'm responding, but you must allow me to respond.
I rise on Rule 18.
What is Rule 18?
On behave in an unseemly manner, because the mayor has said that he has given money to Sedgefield, they've given nothing for electrification and they've taken the housing money away, so he must not mislead us here. Thank you.
Carry on, proceed.
I don't think you hear me correctly. I don't hear you.
Councillors, order, please.
But I must say, Speaker, the budget is very limited because we are doing an adjustment budget, but we have tried to mitigate and try to make sure that we put money for water, we put money for electricity, we put money for the basic services. Also, we have addressed some of the challenges that we're facing through tourism and stuff. It is here in the budget. When you read the budget, don't only look at capital, also go and read the operational, what is going to be done. In terms of maintenance, there is money that is set aside to do some of the maintenance projects that will be there. That will be covered. The issues that was raised by Councillor Sabah in terms of the streets, pipelines, money taken away, so Peter Bester, there is money that is left, but that money is there for professional services to start drafting you can't just go and dig a pipe because there have not been master plans, Speaker, for quite some years. So now we have put that money for master plans. We have put that money to appoint service provider to draft us in terms of how we're going to appoint the contractors that will be issuing, that will be dealing with the upgrades. That can only happen in the next financial year. This adjustment budget will deal with phases in terms of that planning phases for these upgrades. Of course, I have my own disagreement with the administration there and there, but I'm supporting the budget 100%. That we confidence that this budget does speak to some of the challenges that are there. We must make sure that we are prioritizing some of the issues. Thank you very much, Speaker. But the issues that councillors are saying that's not been addressed, they are addressed. The issue of the grant and aid, unfortunately, Speaker, which I'm also chairing that. We've tried our best and we couldn't find money for grant and aid. But sport development, there is money. Youth development, which Councillor Lowe said there was no budget for youth development. There is money that has been allocated for youth development. The amount of grant and aid will remain up until the next budget process, which we will try and increase upwards. But the issue of George Rex, I'm sure administration will meet with the councillor because to check the status of how far, because the money that was allocated was for initially was for professional service, for designs and stuff. I know that it was raised in one of the IDP meetings that we've been putting money, we are doing design after design, but designs can only last for a certain time because I've asked all the same questions. Why are we doing design again? But the design that was done 10 years or 5 years ago cannot be used again. That's why master plans are keep on updating because there are issues that of moving and the issue of infrastructure challenges. So that's why we always do designs. I'm sure that it will be highly catered in the next budget process that is going to start as soon as possible. Speaker, let me leave it there, not waste. Other issues were comments, were not issues that were raised by other councillors. We have more of comments of concerns. We'll take note of that. We'll look at it when we deal with our strategic session, how do we incorporate some of the comments which councillors have raised so that we make sure we address them in the upcoming budget processes that is going to start. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to put it to a vote. All those in favour of the adjustments budget 25-26, please raise your hands.
Need to vote, my Speaker.
I got your vote.
You voted, is it?
Yeah. All those against?
Abstain?
One abstention. Thank you, Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. The results are followed, Speaker. In favor with adjustment budget 12, against as usual 8, 1 abstain, Speaker. So the budget is carried, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillors, we move. Councillors, SC 070226 on page 84, amendment to the proposed macro organizational structure. This is a formality. On the recommendations are on page 85, A, B, and C. Can we go with those recommendations? Councillor Campbell, Councillor Bester.
Speaker, ek gaan nie sê I told you so nie, maar ek gaan nou maar so sê I support it. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Bester. And then Councillor White, did you have your hand up? Councillor White, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Speaker, through you to the acting MM, please, I've reached out to the unions. Although this item is served on the LLF's agenda, it hasn't been debated. And as per our Structures Act, we have to consult with the unions. So could we please make sure that that takes place?
Councillor White.
Speaker, yes, before I make recommendations, when the council approved the new structure, I wrote to the MEC, and the MEC at that point in time said he has not received a structure from this municipality for his consideration. Subsequent to that, I also wrote to the acting municipal manager requesting an update on the comments from the MEC. The acting MMS come back and also said it's been submitted to the MEC with no comment has been received from the MEC yet. So in light of that, we'd like to make the following recommendations. A, that council notes the content of the report on the proposed amendment to the macro-organizational structure. B, the municipal manager to submit a comprehensive report to council on compliance with the applicable municipal staff regulations, including confirmation of any engagement with and comments received from the MEC responsible for local government. C, that the macro-organizational structure updated in 2021 remain in full force and effect pending receipt and consideration of the MEC's comments in the compliance report referred to in B above. And D, that the administration undertake consultation with all the recognized organized labor structures in accordance with applicable legislation and the regulations, and that the outcomes of such consultation were reported to council prior to any amendment being implemented. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder? Do seconding?
Just with one amendment, I don't think we updated in 2021. I think it's 2019, but other than that, I agree.
Yeah, I checked the website earlier to just confirm that it was in 2021 and there was an amendment uploaded of 2021.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Campbell. Is there any other recommendations? You can't comment now, we're busy with recommendations.
No, but yes, the recommendations, but I want to say something. You see, when there is sickness, the Bible said that the bigger men will be called to come and lay hands on those people. This is the same thing that you don't want to hear in this council chamber. What I want to know that, as Councillor Jason have just said that, the MEC haven't responded yet, but it was sent. Hence, I am saying important things. It seems to me there are people that are wanting us to fail dismally and on purpose. It is not the first thing. Hence, you guys, you are always saying that I always come with agendas that are not in front of us. I have to raise these issues because nobody is taking it seriously. And then on the IDPs or there in the meetings, then we must come and stand in front of the people and lie to cover this municipality. That's all I want to raise. Why it was not recorded, why there's no answer from the MEC if the administration did send it.
Councillors, there's a proposal from Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. Councillors, we move to item 6.8, which is the determination of upper limits of salaries and allowances for the benefit of different members of the municipal councils, 2025-26, on page 87. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Can this item please be removed from the agenda? Thank you.
Withdrawn.
Speaker, withdrawn.
Yes, we are withdrawing.
But my heart
Thank
is
you.
heavy. I shook my money.
Thank you. Councillors, before we go into committee, I want to deal with the supplementary agenda, which is still on the open agenda, which is item 6.9, which is the way forward regarding the water and sanitation woes, basic service delivery, finance and governance matters in the Greater Knysna municipal area. It's on the supplementary agenda, and this emanates from the meeting we had on Tuesday with the MEC and the HOD, where the Mayor made some recommendations to the audience at that time. And as I understand it, these recommendations are the exact recommendations that the Mayor put forward. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yes.
These are the exact recommendations that the Mayor put forward at that meeting. Councillors, any comment? Yes.
I have a question, and then I would like to comment. I see the director is here. I know this might be a difficult question to answer, but one of our huge problems is sewage spills that keep happening. Can we get an idea from the Director of Infrastructure how much time is needed before we have installed sewer pumps at each sewer pump station? If I could just get an answer to that, and then I would like to make a proposal. Thank you.
Can we just have a reply on that? No, Director Wessa, we're putting you on the spot, but if you can give us an idea.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, there's an item that's served on Tuesday at the Section 80 Committee regarding the status of the then reported 30 pump stations that were non-operational and in progress in terms thereof. I don't have it right in front of me, but it's on the agenda that was circulated already. That's on the sewer pump stations. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie.
You're looking at me as you say.
No, I'm just passing the answer.
Speaker, all I can say, what the mayor have put here, and I can see that we are going to have some people that is going to assist me. I don't stand far from it, but mine is, jy kan nooit die Jan Krap se kinders sê hulle moet reguit loop nie, terwyl die man die paal is skeef. You know how the crab is. You know how the crab doesn't walk straight, he loop so. So we can have the people that can come and assist and whatsoever, national, province, Salga, whatever. It's not going to assist. It's not going to assist, but we will try. But unonkala ubantwana bahamba njongoyise nabanonina bafuza abazali babo bahamba bayakekela. So izawunceda ntoni? What is it going to assist? Jan Krap, die krap, hy loop skeef. Want die ding lê hier binne. Die ding lê hier binne, hy lê nie daar buite nie. That's all that I can say, but we will go and ask for the assessment. But it's not going to help. My name is Beauty Charlie, but the other name is John Tetani. Want ek praat. Want dis die waarheid.
Councillor Lau and then Councillor Chengwa.
Speaker, mine is very straightforward, and I want to say to the mayor and the team there, we can never allow that only one phase of government must lead the process when it comes to the water stories in Naisna. It must be all spheres of government that are leading the process. In that recommendation, there must be, national must be part of it. Mayor, jy kan nie jou powers weggee nie. Jy gee nie powers weg nie, Mayor. Let national be part of the resolution of council that they must co-lead the process. Co-lead the process. This is my amendment to that proposal, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Chengwa.
No, Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I'm just going to be very short. Chair, I also do support this recommendation of the mayor. Only, Chair, in one condition. In fact, I want to agree with Councillor Lowe. It is correct that when we have all spheres of government, because when we are talking about Section 154 speaks about province and national, as well as local. So we therefore cannot leave national outside. So I therefore speak, I therefore speak, I want us to add also national to be part. Because, I mean, if the mayor recall quite well, when we started with this process of 154, Section 154, there was a rep from national which was sent or delegated to assist us in Naisna, a late Dr. Bruce Kanameya. I mean, I'm sure from where I'm sitting, all councillors knows Mr. Kanameya, which was part and parcel of our 154 delegated by national. So I therefore speak, I want really to support that the recommendation in conjunction of us having a rep from national to be part and parcel of the 154. The second one, Speaker, is just a matter of interest. I've captured my director quite well. I know I'm also part of infrastructure committee. But I want to know, Speaker man, where Vas ons pompa. I've never spoken Afrikaans here, but I want to know where are our pumps? Can I get a response to that particular question? I'm not going to ask how many. Those fine details, I'm going to ask it under Section 8. you know, and where our pumps, if the director knows, maybe where, but if it's not so, Vasi Pompa, it's fine. I'll get that one, but I'm really tempted to ask this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MM. Do you want to just come in here quickly before I take...
Just quickly, councillors. Yes, councillors, we actually had a 154 steering committee meeting on Monday. And National is part of it, both in terms of the local government and in terms of the Department of Water Services. The HB actually sits on the committee and the National Department. So I think it is already covered within E, because E is suggesting that we should have an integrated technical steering committee that obviously support the steering committee that's already functioning as the 154.
Thank you, Acting MM. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. I have no problems with what was said. So I do agree that national government should form part of this. But I want to also, and they must maybe, we need to add to these recommendations that consequence management, because I'm here almost a year now, and ever since I came into this council, consequence management was mentioned, and nothing was done. So maybe there must be a more how can I put this now? A more hands-on approach to consequence management, whereby we make sure that people are really, because every time it's council that needs to take the brunt. It's council that needs to give answers. It's the mayor that needs to give answers. If you go on a conference or work stuff, or even just out with your family, and you say you're from Neisner, and then, or the people see you, they know you, then it's like you are the people that are causing this town to suffer. I also would like to know, there was an agreed amount of water meters that were supposed to be installed per day, 50. In 6 days, they have only installed 56 meters, water meters. Now, if you must do 50 in 1 day, how do you calculate that you get to 56 in 6 days? Then, on the other hand, I would like to know, for more than a month, Speaker, the plumbers out there that were appointed are working without tools. So how can the people do their jobs? I mean, here you must fix a pump or a pipe, then you must first run to Hilton to get a screwdriver to make the clamp loose. It's actually disgusting for a state organization to have people out in the fields to work, to do a job, to provide a service without tools. And I want to know, and say to me that I'm interfering in administration. I want to know who did put or place that people outside on a working site without tools. That person must not be here. Because it is unlawful, it is irregular, it is unhuman. And it's an insult to this organization to put people and to place people on site to go work on infrastructure without tools. So I agree with these recommendations. Just before I sit, Speaker, we then And my question here is, and yes, I might be crucified for this, but I'm sure it needs to be also heard. We then do have qualified engineers here that earns millions. We have people then here that are in positions to do the work, or so to say. Now we must get Marius from province to come and run the infrastructure or the water, whatever here. And you want to rise in the point of order or what? Oh, okay. To come here and take over the responsibilities of officials. Listen, my bro, man. Wait, man. The speaker going to call the time and then you are the cause. Now we're going to have people that must come here from... No. No. Then you must give from his time to me.
Now you've got 30 seconds.
Now we must get people from province or national to come and do the work of people that were employed by this institution. I'm sure, and the mayor always make that example, if this was a private sector, or you worked for any other business out there except for the municipality, you'd have been long gone. Long gone. But here it's too much that we're covering for one another because we can't even fill 110 positions. So what now? So we will rather continue and sit with the insult and red faces.
Thank you, Deputy.
Than to deliver services. No, Speaker, man.
Time.
To our people. Thank you. I will sit now, Hilton.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Speaker, I think we are very clear on this item, why this item is here. There was a very clear section 139 that came. We're not going to deal with the past, that's over. The second option would have been section 139B, which means, and the reason for that is why we are here today. This is the third option is to strengthen the section 154. Because the problem at the municipality has been, and we know that from the JOC, that we understand that the decisions that were made, or at least some of the decisions that were made as far back as yesterday regarding our infrastructure and movement in terms of progress in this issue has been lagging. Hence we have this item, because there's been a slowness in the progress of development in terms of the resolutions that have been made to get us up and running in terms of our water and sewer problems. While we were here the other day, there was a group of residents outside with placards protesting, some of us call it toy-toy, protesting out at the back with very serious stuff about the estuary, about how sewage is continuing to go into the estuary and non-compliance. We've had multiple directives about that, yet the issue has not been resolved. Speaker, we are clear on why this item is here. The challenge is, can you get our colleagues and our peers in provincial government to come in, have some sort of autonomy to make decisions so that procurement can happen, so that the protocols can be implemented, so that we can actually see results. My fellow councillor there, the previous mayor, asked about our pumps. These are some of the critical issues that have not been dealt with, and for the last 6 months. So, to be honest with you, many of us that are sitting here are skeptical about even this plan. But we are hopeful because at least if we can get some expertise from outside into the municipality, something will happen. Things will progress and the solutions will come. So that's all I just want to comment on this particular item. So it is a sensible item. It's the best that we have before us. But as I say, we'll have to decide before we make a final decision on this. And then just on J, just a spelling error there, or I don't know. It says a root cause, a cause. It's not a root cause analysis, it's a root cause analysis. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I respectfully disagree with Councillor Davis. I believe that the option that we should pursue today is to request the MEC for local government to take over the functions where we are not providing service delivery, and that is of water and sewer, and we seriously have to think of refuse as well. Speaker, I think that this 154 thing has been going on for years. It's got absolutely nowhere. I think we are shirking responsibility and kidding ourselves if we think this is going to make a difference. There are a whole lot of recommendations in here that are just going to cause more administrative work for the administration and not have any great achievements. J and K, with respect, have to come out. We should not get involved in procurement. Professional people should know when to do deviations and when not. Speaker, it's clear that the DA does not support a 139(1)B. The ANC and the rest of the parties don't. I do, but I'm clever enough to know that I'm only one person.
No, I want to point, Councillor Campbell cannot say what we support or not. She does not know what we support or not. Thank you. She must withdraw that, Speaker.
No, she must withdraw that. She can't also say that the others do that. She must withdraw it now. I want to hear you rule on that, Speaker. You must rule. No, she does not know what we support.
Councillor, be seated. I have not recognized you.
Speaker.
Councillor, be seated. I have not recognized you. Thank you. Councillor Campbell, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I will then make a proposal. I propose that...
Speaker, can she withdraw what they are asked? Speaker, can she withdraw? Please.
Councillor, I've ruled on it. Carry on, Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, I'll make a proposal.
Speaker.
Councillor Campbell, proceed. I am not recognizing Councillor Lowe. I have ruled. My ruling stands, Councillor Lowe. You cannot overrule me.
Speaker, I will withdraw what I said, and I will let the DA and ANC and others show with their vote whether they support it or not. So I will withdraw what I said. Let them show us with their vote. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my proposal is that unless the administration be instructed that the Charlesford pumps have to be fully functional by the end of March. Number two, that all sewer pump stations have to be fully functional by the end of March. Unless that happens, this council approaches the MEC for local government to intervene in terms of section 139(1)B. That is my proposal. At the end of March, yes. Thank you, Speaker.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Speaker, the DA would like to call a caucus for 15 minutes, please.
It's 14:05.
Speaker.
Be back at... I'm going to give you 10 minutes. We are running out of time. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. It's 14:05. Be back at 14:15.
But Speaker, every time we request a caucus, our time is cut. You give these guys 15 minutes.
There was a proposal on the floor.
Granting a caucus.
Speaker, there was a proposal on the floor.
Speaker, when they ask for 15 minutes,
there was a proposal on the floor,
give them 15
Speaker.
minutes. For us, you cut.
Give them 5
We're
minutes.
watching you.
Who's cutting us? Who's cutting us?
Councillors, can we take our seats, please? Councillors, can we take our seats, please? Thank you, councillors. Can we close the door there, please? Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I think, Speaker, my colleague will share our recommendations and chat to you and discuss. Sorry, Speaker, Councillor Campbell and the Mayor are trying to block my message. Please, can we have...
Councillors, please.
Can we please have respect, colleagues? So, Speaker, as I was saying, you know, our concern, and it's important to raise it here as the DA, is that we've had massive help from province so far. National has also assisted us in other items that we've had in council. But the concern that we have is that, you know, will the municipality and the team at the municipality, will they actually execute on what has been committed to? And I think that's the ultimate thing. And as I said earlier, our biggest concern was the municipality cannot just say, we're going to do nothing, your province, you do everything. Because that's not the approach, because we have people who are in positions, who have responsibilities and have specific roles, and must be the basis for change and transformation in the system that is currently failing. So I think on that point, I just want to say that I want to urge the administration, I want to urge the leadership, political leadership, to get the consequence factors sorted out so that we can start to get action from the officials. Otherwise, these recommendations will also be futile, and my colleague will speak on the other issues that our fellow colleague Campbell mentioned when she made recommendations. But I think that's the thing for us. Yes, let's get the support in. Yes, let's give the province some more, if one can call it, ability to guide and manage. But let's not take our hands off the steering wheel as the responsible sphere of government. So we must pull up the socks. Administration must pull up their socks and get to work and get the stuff done that was committed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sabach, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the presentation or the discussions that we had with Minister Bradell on Tuesday, and the presentation that was given by the Director Infrastructure, there was a lot of talk with regard to augmentation of water, and there was a lot of talk with regard to finding alternative water resources. But there was no response with regard to implementation of any measures that have been taken place since the JOC took place. We know that we're still sitting with huge water losses. We know that we're sitting with the fact that our prepaid or our meters have not been installed. So we're currently sitting with lack of feedback and lack of, in terms of where progress really is. There's also a lack of, as we've said before, meaningful information, and we know the recent report that we got out showed that our water consumption had dropped to I think it was 8,500, and now it's gone up to, it's skyrocketed up to 14,000 again. So we need to be able to manage the messaging and manage the information and the feedback in terms of not only alternative water sources, but also implementation of a plan. What is the implementation of the plan? So when we talk to recommendations, we spoke, I'm sure I'm correct when I say Minister Bradell indicated that we've got a current 154 in place, a support plan in place. He indicated that what we need to do is the municipality were currently leading that support plan, and there was the failure. So he indicated that as a solution to it is that the Western Cape government take the lead of the support plan, but that the municipality must obviously supply funding and resources and implementation, but with the support of Western Cape government leading the plan. We need to also then remember that in the discussion, Minister Bradell also indicated, but in conjunction with national government, and he indicated with Department of Water and Sanitation and the various intergovernmentals will obviously still be involved with regard to JOC, so that will still be in place. But then he also mentioned SALGA. So it's got to be a team, and I think a lot of our colleagues over here spoke about that earlier, so we are in agreement with that, but we're saying instead of strengthening their support, we're saying the Western Cape government, in conjunction with national, lead the support towards the municipalities in terms of the Section 154 support plan in terms of A. So it's together with national government, lead the support in terms of the municipality. So we're recommending that. The rest of them can all stay. Then in terms of H, we're also saying that we've got lack of information with regard to implementation. We don't know if they're implementing any of the plans. So we're saying that initially we can't be just having monthly feedback sessions or reporting. So what we're saying is that in terms of H, the feedback has to be given weekly, even if it's in the form of a written report. Not necessarily in a meeting, because I don't think that's a solution. We can't be meeting on a weekly basis, but certainly we could get a written report back, at least of progress and implementation of plans on a weekly basis, and that a monthly meeting take place with the Minister of the Western Cape Government and Council, but then obviously with National as well, because they'll be involved, so that we can understand the progress made and any challenges that are being experienced. With regard to J, we're also recommending we're also talking about the municipal manager be mandated to do an in-depth root cause analysis of the causes of the crisis and the level of the urgency in the department. Again, we're talking about the municipality managing within their own. It makes no sense that you have the municipal manager investigating within the municipality. There we recommend that what we do is we include the Western Cape government, local government included in here. So we're going to say the Western Cape Department of Local Government, together with the municipal manager, be mandated to do an in-depth root cause analysis. And I think a lot of that has probably already been done in terms of the Joint Operations Centre. And I think a lot of information will already come from there, and you've already got that in there. And I think it will just assist in terms of getting to a final analysis and report that will come out, because I think that is critical. We've all been speaking about the fact that we believe that consequence management is required, but yet we just talk about it, nobody's doing anything, and I think that we need to just include that as an ending to that sentence, that we're saying that the Western Cape Department of Local Government, in conjunction with the municipal manager, be mandated to do an in-depth root cause analysis of the causes of the crisis and the level of the urgency in the department, and thereafter the implementation of consequence management in terms of those staff members that have been identified. Thank you.
Speaker. I've got you, Councillor Lowe, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Charlie, and then Councillor Lowe. Councillor Tekolo.
I'm just seconding the recommendations by Councillor Sabah.
Noted.
Speaker, I think before we went on a caucus, Councillor Campbell also had some recommendations or proposals that she have proposed, and then you just send us basically on things. I think the importance of this is that we will have to get someone from in the municipality to champion this, to make sure that the things are done accordingly, to tick the boxes from our side. And I would say, seeing that the director Douglas is at the JOG and is the chairperson thereof, I would maybe recommend him to be the champion of this, running this through, because they are working hand in hand with the provincial government as well as with national. So that will also be maybe if we can add that to the recommendations as well, that there's a champion, or that he will be appointed maybe as the champion of all, because you can see it's a lengthy recommendations up until N, so it's quite a bit. and therefore I feel that we need to. The Western Cape provincial government can't strip the municipality or any local municipality of their responsibilities. We are still and still have to carry out our responsibilities as a local municipality for the citizens and residents of Knysna. So I would still say that we will work with this, and I am vital if we are in conversations and in meetings with the Dr. Anton Brodel and the HOD and National. With regards to, let us not play politics in whatever we are doing if we work together. But let us work together in order to better and provide or give the services to our people that are desperately in need of it. So, yet again, we need to look at, Speaker, the three spheres of government, as Councillor Lowe mentioned it, which is your national, provincial and local government. We need to work together in order to tackle this challenges that we are facing, and to obviously, at the end, Mr. Brodel, the Dr. Anton Brodel is very vocal in saying that afterwards, when everything is sorted out, when everything is settled, when there's water and the pumps are running and the sewer is no longer flowing into the estuary and to wherever, then we can take the credit. But let us not come now today and want to come and play again politics. And yes, this is the year of local government elections. And the Premier the other night mentioned specifically Knysna that is so poorly governed and we are just getting from better to worse. I think he did not maybe think, because I told him that afterwards, he did not think that we are getting the support from local government, from the Western Cape government. And you must remember also that what was said from the Dr. Anton Brodel and the HOD is that they will not see that this municipality are failing, because if we are failing as a municipality, that means that the provincial government, national government are also failing. So we need to take hands, the three bodies need to take hands and pull this through, not to gain political points and then want to...
Thank you, Deputy.
No,
Councillor Charlie, and then Councillor Lowe.
Am I done, Speaker?
Yes, you're done.
Okay, no, it's fine.
You were done yesterday already, but it's fine. You're wearing a green shirt.
The DA must now go on about this, because you stopped me now. You stopped me now when I say they mustn't use it as points here, but it's fine.
Councillor Charlie and then Councillor Lowe. Just please keep it relevant, councillors. We're going around in circles here. We've got recommendations before us, and I'd like to get to those recommendations.
Speaker, you know, I remember when the former mayor, it was former Mayor Tsengwa, when the national and the provincial government, they were here to come and assist. We were going up and down with the cars. There were nice food that was put there. We were eating. They were, the national and provincial, they were here. They were here. They couldn't bring anything onto the table. It's just a talk. So, now we are going also again to call them. Let us go straight to the polls. Did water any pot? Did water see Dani? Did water see Bana? You can't put a 5-year, a 6-year-old baby in a walking ring, Speaker. The baby was supposed to walk on her own. Now we are going to bring a walking ring now. And put them, no, you can check your hand, because we've got directors, we've got managers. Now they are going to be babysitted by the national and by the province. Till when? Because the same thing is going to come up again. So all I am saying is, I remember national and provincial was here, not once, not twice. They were here. The Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation was here, regardless this. What changes are they going to bring? Because those same people who are failing us, they're sitting there. Hoekom is julle bang om te praat? Now the bylaws that you are always clinging on, we can't say anything, we can't fire anyone because their bylaws, they are binding you. Now you're going to agree with me. When I'm saying they are oppressing those who are already oppressed, we can't touch them, you can't say anything. What I'm saying, there's no changes that those people are going to bring. Die daughters any pot, nothing else.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Then I'm going to the recommendations.
Thanks, Speaker. Councillor Charlie, he's on the brand, he is on the brand. Speaker, mine is, I just want to say, there's a point that Councillor Sabah raised about the provincial must lead it in conjunction with the municipal manager for the thorough investigation about the cause root of the problem that we are in. We can't give our powers away. If the provincial co-lead with national in conjunction with the municipal manager must go and look what is the cause of this route where we are in. On that I will agree. The national must be part of it. We are not going to make like us be blindfolded here. Blindfolded here, Maya, and you must watch very carefully. They come and say they are not playing politics. You can listen to Councillor Bale. They already play politics. So mine is that anything that the provincial touch, national must be present, the national municipality must be present. They are not going to lead us alone here. So they must be in conjunction with the national, provincial, and the acting municipal manager of the national municipality. Must investigate and look into the whole thing of that. And when there's meetings, they must co-lead the meetings and co-chair the meetings of this 154. We are not going to give our powers away here because people think that we are blind. That with Mayor, we already turned the tide. The tide has already been turned, Mayor. And after 2 months, they want to come and claim the glory and the victory.
Thank you, councillors. We have recommendations. Councillor Campbell made a recommendation, which is yet to be seconded. Seconder for Councillor Campbell.
No. Section P, fall out that is sufficient.
No seconder.
There is no seconder for Councillor Campbell. Only you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Sabah had amended recommendations. Have you got notes on all of those recommendations that can be given to administration so that we know? And it was seconded by Councillor Tiokolo.
Speaker, I'm happy to meet with the acting MM and Jill afterwards to finalise them. Thank you.
It depends if it goes through. It depends if it goes through.
Acting MM?
I was just going to say on the recommendation, which was on I, coming from Councillor Sabah, I think it's already covered in there. We can just include there the name of the Director of Community Services, because our whole intention institutionally of this thing is that where the crisis points are, that they report via, that is the thinking in terms of the institutional arrangements. So in a sense, it's covered there, but if you want the name to be, but he is the commander of the JOC in any case, so I think your point is covered.
Speaker, I think that was a point raised by Morton Clerica, so I don't have an issue with this. Thank you.
Don't undermine me, acting MM.
I'm happy to take...
Don't be so offended, Deputy.
It's just it's a common mistake, it's nothing else.
Councillors.
Yeah, if that is what we and how it's going to be, but national must be added there, and then the name, and then consequence management must also be part of it, then we can go with this recommendation, Speaker.
No, that's what we want from the DM, not from opposition.
Councillors, we have two sets of...
Speaker, leave the DA.
Speaker, there was no seconder. There was no seconder.
Okay.
So that proposal is gone.
So are you adding to their recommendations?
I'm not
The
going to...
DM wants to second it.
Which one?
The recommendations were made by the
Councillors,
deputy mayor.
Recommendation, you add what DM saying as a.
Yes, okay. Councillors, please. Councillors, please.
Councillor, say again, the DA is the DA is doing what?
Councillor, please. Where are your manners today? Do you leave it behind in your safari suit? Because that's, if it worn your safari suit, it would have been nice.
The amendments are a recommendation of support.
Yeah.
And
Councillors, can we go with the recommendations, the amended recommendations from Councillor Sabach added with the recommendations of the Deputy Mayor? Seconded by Councillor Teokolo. Can we go with those recommendations? Yes, thank you.
Speaker, I just want to put it on record that I made my own recommendations.
Just put it on record, Speaker, that he agreed with Councillor Sabah
Yes.
for the first time ever.
Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, I just want to put it on record that the DA and ANC and all the other parties do not support the 139 1B. That's not proof of it. Thank you.
You will recall we brought a motion in December about
We
it.
brought a motion
Remember the DA brought a motion on it in December.
Councillors, we are now going into committee. Thank you. So I'm going to just allow 5 minutes for administration to take us off.
Speaker, Councillor Campbell must not play for the gallery.
Yeah, okay.
Speaker, the Holy Ghost.
Are we in committee?
We never eat.
Members of the public, please leave.
Speaker.